to the studio, and then we'll go into the show, so to speak, for a bit, and let's see if we connect. Okay, it says excellent connection. The picture's not coming up. Fuck. Okay, why is that? If I go into the edit, I've got it's got the thumbnail in live stream, so why is it not showing? It's just okay. So let me take a look at. All right. It should be showing. I don't know what's going on. So, do you see any image in thumbnail of live stream? Okay.
No.
No? Oh, it's starting now. I see it now.
I'm seeing it.
Oh, thank God.
I see a cat.
Yes. Yeah. And,
I see it too.
Okay, good. So, yeah, what happened was okay, let's see if we got any listeners. Not getting any numbers yet. What I'll do is, of course, reset the page and then describe everything to everybody as to what the situation is tonight. General situation, etc. And then we're going to have Aristides say his piece, and then Pete take over for a bit. While I, of course, try my best to help. Oh God, we got 4 upvotes already, and so all right, let's see people here, and before I forget, of course, I want to let Brooke Hagberg know I have not forgotten that I want to dedicate an episode to you. It seems kind of ridiculous to do so when I'm going to be begging you and everyone else for help towards rent. And emergently so by midweek Wednesday, when we're going to go fully into, hopefully, a serious full program. Okay, T-Tank Bear says, good evening from Mendo County, loud and clear, all 3 brothers. Excellent. I didn't even bother to look if they showed up on the OBS. And El Nemo says, can hear you in Australia. Excellent. God bless both of you gentlemen. I love you both. And we're going to go into what else now? Yes, let me look up on PayPal this incredible young lady who basically paid for my domain name and beyond. So want to give her a shout out. My thanks to all the people who contributed. JP, etc. sent a $12 money order. Just going to, what is it that I do here? They might ask for a security check. They've been buggy about security checks lately on PayPal. And had one woman I called on PayPal who was a staff member, and she said she checks into her PayPal, throughout the day, and I don't know how she does it. Every time I go in, they try and security check me. Okay, log into PayPal account so I can name this young lady and thank her if it's, okay. So it says just to say quick security check. No shit. Get a text. So, and then enter the code. Oh, let me take a look at what they sent me on the. It's important I get this out now for reasons I'll explain any second. Okay, let me submit this. System all set. Then it takes forever. Okay. So, the last young lady who contributed to me, and I've got some more contributions. Okay, whoa, how did I get this available balance? Okay, somebody else has contributed that I haven't seen credit for yet. Melissa Mayo. I'm not going to say anything else about her. She left no comment for anonymity. But Melissa Mayo, wonderful lady, goddess bless you, beautiful woman, left me basically $100 which paid for my domain name and beyond, helped with supplies at least until this point. And Okay, so aside from that, let me check my email and see what else has cropped up in terms of any potential. Oh, you got money. So this was 60 United States dollars sent by someone. We'll see who they are. Oh, this is from our dear friend in New York. And let me make certain it's who I think it is. I'm working lying down, just so people know. Stephen Myers. Okay, and he has no comment. So it's our lovely brother from another mother, Stephen Myers. And Goddess bless you, sir. And that will help immensely with the supplies that I need. And in the meantime, we're still trying to raise $900. And of course, I will go to everyone I know. Holly Kaditis Kiefer will contribute 100. I turn, of course, to my dear friend Dennis Marshall, fellow Californian, and hopefully he can spare something, maybe around 100 if I'm lucky. We'll hit everybody that I normally can for as much as possible towards the 900. In a worst case scenario, we are looking at the first is August 1st has no immediate holiday. The check would deposit on the 3rd on a Saturday, so for once in my life I might be late. I would just probably call my landlady and let her know that, and let her know that I'll just tell her health issues. Like, she'll probably think it's COVID, which is spreading around lately. But in my case right now, it started yesterday while I was on a date, towards the end of the date. I do want people to know that I've been dating a lady. It's been like 2 times I've seen her. We've, of course, talked a little bit between those spaces. And I'm obviously seeking security, trying to move ultimately. I always keep this place, of course, my crypt, as a storage space, but I'm trying to relocate myself to a healthier environment. Whether anything comes of this, we'll see, but I had to expend some resources on these dates. It was only one date this month, but some resources had to be expended, and I certainly couldn't ask this lady for any help towards my rent on our second date. But towards the end of our date, I began to feel the onset of a syncopal collapse. When I came home and slept for a long period of time, then resumed my usual activities.
You mean a collapse of your lung, Douglas?
I'm sorry?
You mean a collapse of your lung, or just a?
Oh, no. The collapse of the lung would be what's called a spontaneous pneumothorax.
Yeah, but what are you referring to by a
Sure.
syncopal?
Oh, okay. Eric Cradle says good evening. Good evening, Eric Cradle. So just so people understand, I've inherited a condition from my mother. We don't talk about it in the Vampirism book, even though the part of the book that is published is loaded with the physiology of vampires. But this isn't a vampire problem, not the problem of a true vampire. It is the problem of a half vampire or a quarter vampire like myself. My mother was a half vampire and manifested it later in life. And what happens is the vagus nerve runs all the way down the spine. And when a vampire is half vampire and they're able to be somewhat omnivorous, they can be hematophagic, or they can also eat solid foods, but it's definitely not something to be made a habit of. And my mother tried to drink blood as much as possible, which was why she was so predatory. I've gone into that before. We don't need to go into that right now. In my case, of course, I can tolerate a lot more solid food, and the problem is I indulge in it too much. Metaphorically, I really need to stop eating. That's metaphorically, of course. But it's very seductive. Of course, it tastes good. And this is the problem with us. Damfire. Damfire is the term for a half vampire. It's an ancient term. And you can look it up. Dhamphyr or Damphyr. Depending on which dialect it's the tarot. There's other ways to spell it as well. But a Damfhyr, it's one of these things where we are cursed with if we don't drink enough blood. It's a horrible term for it, and I don't like that, but I'm in no shape right now to go any better. When we eat solid food, at some point we pay for it because it collects in our bowels and our body's not doing anything with it. It really doesn't process it. So I supplement myself heavily because supplements are kind of chelated is the term. And because they're chelated or chelated, some people might say, but chelated is the proper term. The body absorbs them a lot better, and it's somewhat like drinking blood. It helps to sustain me. But no matter whether when we're not drinking blood, damn fires still feel hunger pangs. So if the blood isn't there, damn fire, unlike a true vampire who would never eat solid food, if they were forced to, they would vomit. But with a damn fire, we can tolerate the solid food, but and it solves it sates our hunger pangs. But it's not really healthy, and it sits in our system, and ultimately, as it passes through our system through the colon, somewhere along the line it depresses the vagus nerve, and this becomes more of an issue as you get older. And so I had actually voided myself, I think the day before I went on this date. I thought I would be okay, but obviously there was a lot still left in my system. Now, for the past several months, things have been going smoothly because I keep them going smoothly with, of all things, fiber. I take 3 teaspoons, heaping teaspoons, twice a week, and that's really helped, and it keeps things going smoothly. No entendre intended. And sometimes, of course, something happens anyway, and this is one of those times. So I realized, of course, what it was when it started taking place, and of course it always takes place just before the show. And so it brings your blood pressure way down as it depresses the vagus nerve on its way out. It's still, I'm still yet to void what's impacting me right now. So until that happens, it's just impacting my vagus nerve. It on its way out, it depresses the vagus nerve and it brings the blood pressure way down. And I have to lay supine. Otherwise, because the blood pressure is lowered so dramatically, I could faint, and perhaps faint violently and injure myself, like crack my skull open. Kind of what happened to my mother, though that's not what happened at all. It would take a long time to describe. So when this sort of thing is going on, you feel like you're dying. It's the time was several years ago when this happened, and Joe Thai said, "I'll hold the stage for you," and that's when he got on and then began venting and catharting all this Judeophobic bile, attempt to get my show knocked off, my channel knocked off YouTube. The thing about Joe Thai was that he's not stupid at all. It's all an act. He's knows exactly what he's doing, and he pretends to be stupid so that he can just cause as much damage as possible. We know this because he actually helped Amy Como with her medical condition by recommending something that the doctors didn't even know of, and when she informed her doctor about it, her doctor agreed and said, "Oh, okay, let's work with what this Joe Thai guy recommended," and it worked for Amy Como. Okay, so everything he was doing about being stupid was an act, and it's all just quite sinister. So we're still dealing with assaults from the enemy. I'll talk to my friends about that privately, like Aristides and Peter. I've given Peter the details on the lady I'm dating, but no need to go into that right now. I
think maybe we should start referring to Joe Thai now as Dr. Joe.
Yeah, there we are. Joe Thai is better, though. You came up with that, and that was perfect. So with that, we're going to have Aristides give a little segue. People understand the situation now, and what's going to happen is we're going to end the show very early tonight. And the horror of this kind of situation is that obviously it's on nights like this I need to be trying to raise funds. Obviously, we are heading towards Code Black, which will be the last episode in which I can raise funds will be Wednesday, before rent is due. The worst that can happen is I pay rent a little late, like I said, but who wants to do that? I try not to incur any, shall we say, wrath or problems. So all that being said, where we're at now, just when I need to raise funds the most is when I have a syncopal collapse and pretty much need to shut the show down as soon as possible. But we'll have Peter address all the important things he feels he needs to address or what he feels will be helpful, and then I'll shut the show down. In the meantime, Aristides, say what you can and turn it over to Peter, and I'll just lie here and try to do my best to survive.
All right. Okay. As soon as you get here with us, please put your upvote, the little thumbs up underneath the program as soon as possible, and make sure you are subscribed. Sometimes people say they get unsubscribed from things, so check your subscribe button there and turn on the little notification bell to be notified of shows, or in case of restart sometimes. And you can I believe you need a YouTube account to do the upvoting, and I guess that's the same as a Google account. So as far as I know, but then you can create sub channels under your main account without an additional password, and you can provide additional upvotes. This is important because people that don't like Douglas put down votes and get bots to put down votes, and that affects the searchability and other factors with the program, and they may get cleaned out later by YouTube, but in the meantime that's harmful. So we need as many upvotes as we can get, as soon as we can get them, and Douglas needs your donations very badly. I'm going to put the link in the chat right now, and please consider donating as much as possible.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Very professional. And the other thing I want to bring up is that when I was with this lady and we rendezvoused in the Japanese tea garden in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park, then we went to the De Young Museum, and while we were sitting in the cafeteria, which emptied out as it came towards closing hours, then there were plenty of tables that were around us, all these empty tables, and then there's no other way to describe it. It was the same terms she used. This incredibly Jewish-looking young individual, semi-goth or semi-emo, meaning kind of like odd hairstyle, in the sense that it was I don't know, maybe intentionally greasy looking, nails painted black, plops himself right next to us and begins working fervently on his cell phone. For all, for someone, to do that these days is, of course, ubiquitous. Everybody's on their cell phone constantly. But just a social physicist, a social engineer would probably say, well, that's social physics. Even though the whole room might be empty, he would sit right next to you because that's how human dust clusters are formed. Kind of like motes of dust have to get together or there would be no dust bunnies. It's of course none of that is applicable. That's it's not reality. This guy was obviously watching us and surveilling us, and she concluded that as well immediately, and we sat there and continued talking, but not letting it get to us. But there you go with that. Just a little something to bring up. Very, very strange, and yet totally expected in our world. So all that being said, yes, Peter, by all means, cover whatever you feel is most important for tonight, and I'll let you know when I just have to kind of close transmission.
Run out of gas.
Yeah. Cute. By the way, you it was interesting because you opened up the latest episode before tonight by talking about colonics and how important they are. Obviously, a situation like this, first time in my life I've ever seriously considered such a procedure. What do they charge? I'm just curious. You've never brought up what they cost.
Well, let me tell you this. That is negligible compared to, getting you out to Pennsylvania and putting you up or whatever. You see what I'm saying? It's the infrastructure. I thought I was paying $150 for the colonic and $30 for the foot detox.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think originally Paula and I think we paid $150 the first time. And she says that that's for your first time because it requires extra attention and stuff, and then 120. And then I thought she raised it to 150 with the inflation, and then it was 30. So for the foot bath, and she says this time it's 130 for the foot bath and 150 for the 50 for the foot bath and 130 for the colonic. I go, oh, okay. It didn't matter to me. It's 180. I pay 180.
Mm-hmm. Okay, $200 basically. Yeah.
Well, it's more than $100. It's
200. I said $200. I said basically.
Oh, yeah. But and then of course, with all the gas and tolls and I give myself 4 hours to get there and 4 hours to get back, sometimes more.
Yeah.
Because of New York City traffic I have to go through. So that's what that costs. Now there are other people who do colonics. I mean, her, I really have confidence in her. I've been recommended by 2 different people to a colon therapist in Long Island, who I don't know. She's psychic, empathic, and she had a severely handicapped daughter who just recently passed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's awful.
I have another empathic friend who had a challenged child. I know you're autistic, but it's like when you have a kid like that, it completely consumes you.
Yes.
So,
it does. It does. How old was she when she died?
I think she's an adult. The daughter was an adult, but I really didn't get involved. I didn't, I've kept my distance from this person.
Understood.
Nothing. Because I'd rather go to Pennsylvania with somebody I have a very,
Yes.
I've formed a bond with her, and I'm encouraging her to do her work. I want to do her book.
Yeah.
Not, because it needs to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And then her son, I talked about his book. He wanted to hear the podcast, so I sent him a link with the timestamp.
Great.
We're talking about it.
I'm so glad he's able to hear us. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he listened to you. I didn't qualify who you were or what or anything like this, but it starts with me talking about, my experience with him.
Understood.
So he has to hear it. So I said, oh, sure. Really such a sweet person.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I mean, all sorts of people do colonics with, I had colonics in the 1980s, a series of them when my wife at the time, we feel that these colonics enabled her to get pregnant, because after you've been on birth control for a long time, it doesn't make it easy to get pregnant.
That's right.
And so she did a whole series of colonics, and she did a whole regimen with them. This lady from South Africa who was on Long Island, she's passed away, I'm sure by now. But I went and did it. And it was the first time I'd done anything like that. I thought it was very good. It's where you kind of watch all your fecal matter go through a fish tank, so to speak.
Oof.
And the target there was black mucus.
Right. Ooh.
I did a colon cleanse called Rise and Shine diet, which is different now than what I did then. Rise and Shine, and the Rise and Shine diet I did was certain herbs you take, and it was a very tough regimen of herbs. Well, the herbs weren't tough, but see, what you had to do was kind of wean off food. And you'd start with drinking fruit juices or vegetable juices, and you'd just be drinking fruit, eating fruit and vegetables, and that would go on for about a week, and then you'd wean off to where you were eating less and less, and then I think the last 3 days was, just juice or water, and when it got down to I think 2 more days were left. She was on the 3rd day. My ex-wife, she couldn't take it anymore. She says, I can't do it. I can't do it. Now, I'm very disciplined. And then I think there were 2 days, I was on the second to the last day, and I was psychologically breaking down.
Yeah.
So I went to the Korean greengrocer. And I bought all this, and when you come off that, you can't just start eating meat and stuff. You've got to, wean back onto quote unquote regular food.
Yeah.
And I went down there, I bought all these groceries. And when I bought the groceries and had them, I didn't need to eat anymore. I was able to just, when I had them in my hands and ready to eat them, I didn't need to eat them.
Yeah.
And then I got through the whole thing.
Yeah.
Incredible. My friend had tried the diet. She couldn't do it. My ozone doctor friend, I think he was the one who introduced us to it. He bought a watch with all these fancy alarms. So he could, because it'd tell him when to eat. He couldn't do it.
Wow.
I'm the only one who could do it of the people I knew.
Right.
The Indians, I believe, who wrote the book, Native Americans, they would go out in the woods and do a cleanse.
Yeah.
And they would eat natural herbs, and they kind of converted into that. That was a different colon cleansing where you were targeting black mucus inside of your colon. The colon is where life starts. This wouldn't be contradictory for a vampire. It's where the navel is where all life begins.
Yes.
So what I would also recommend, whether you're going to do this therapy or that therapy, I would address the colon, but who you're going to do it with, or and V might even have some clues for you, But what I would do is muscle test what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Like kinesiological muscle testing, because I found, I have a friend who's an acupuncturist. I've been going to an acupuncturist, and I really resonated with this acupuncturist. I go to her, the acupuncturist, but then when I went there was somebody who came in, and she was from Brooklyn, and she was filling in for the day, and I really, just kind of resonated with her, and she put a needle right in my navel.
Jesus.
And I was anxious about it. I thought it would hurt. I didn't feel a thing.
Wow.
Didn't feel a thing. It's not like she stuck a abduction needle in there, like a gray alien or something. It wasn't like that. It was just, these acupuncture needles are very light. And she said, she explained how to rub the navel, rubbing the navel. She says, you don't want to, you want to rub around it, in my case for the kidney.
Yeah.
She said the kidney is, traditional Chinese medicine, kidney different. Well, it's not like, there's nothing wrong with your kidney. It's just the kidney meridian we got to deal with. I'm doing a long-term treatment for my colon. This I feel will last at least into, February, March next year, at least. I'm working on this program to clean out the colon. And I'm not, I was very constipated in February when I went on February 1st. I had to go. But what I was going to say, I told my acupuncturist friend she put the needle. Oh no, we never put the needle in the stomach. We never in the navel. We never do that. Okay. There's so many schools of acupuncture.
Yeah.
And she tells me what to eat. I said, well, there's so much contradictory. I said, what you have to do is find something that works and then continually refine it to your own person.
Yeah.
Like whatever the diet is, whatever. There's just so much contradictory information. This is where muscle testing really behooves one. So I don't know what resources you have there in San Francisco that you can trust.
I don't know anybody in colonics. I mean, the private detective I used to work for, had the half black, half Liberian guy named Gino Tenelli Neely. He was someone who he actually wanted to become a colonics person, like one of these people administering colonics. He was that interested in it. This other guy knew the Marine Corps Colonel Harry Henneberger, the dude who was got serious into drugs and wound up working with the Haight-Ashbury Clinic in its heyday. He was the dude who served in World War II in Korea and then did the Haight-Ashbury hippie trip. He was into colonics, but he was just as a client. And really got into it, and he described the colon as the trash can of the body that never gets cleaned. But it's other than that, I'd have to look it up, and like you said, I'd have to turn towards someone like V to find someone in the community. But
she's worth talking to. She's worth talking to.
Yeah.
How much you can, how much she can rely on who she recommends, or you can rely on her, are two different questions. But she's worth talking to, and you can also, have V muscle test you on whether this person's good for you.
Yeah.
They could be the best colon therapist in the world, but might not be good for you.
Yeah.
Or they could be the worst one in the world and might be good for you. It's just like we resonate with different people.
Yes.
So, it's worth thinking, considering, talking about, and of course, this is very interesting what she told me. She said she's had a lot of people, like I commented on how I think she has the place so spick and span. She has a beautiful home in rural Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
And when you walk, you park into this long driveway, and then you walk onto the boardwalk, that surrounds her house by the, and it's like all of these crystals and flowers. It's like a nice experience to just walk through there. Then you go through a door down to her basement. And it's just such a healing atmosphere.
Wow.
She has an infrared sauna down there, which I've never done, mm-hmm. and a room with the colonic table, and then off that there's a bathroom within there that you can, change and, use the facility before and after the colonic. And it's just a very healing space. But I commented, not only how spick and span, but, she cleans. And she says, she said several people come down here mm-hmm. From New York City, and they want to learn how to do this. Mm-hmm. They're younger people. Mm-hmm. I don't know what young means, probably in their 20s. And they are completely aghast that when she tells them to go clean up the table in the bathroom, that's the first thing you have to do. Like, because the table, somebody's been on it. Yeah. Shit through the, it's not like there's shit all around.
Yeah.
It's not like that at all. But, you're going to she's got all the, natural organic cleaning products, and then you go in and clean the bathroom. And they say, well, shouldn't the client do that?
No.
Now,
no. God.
It's like their heads are so twisted
Yeah.
and they can't. They're just completely aghast that they have to do this cleaning, and they miss square one.
Yeah.
And and that their minds are all on money.
Yeah.
And when I saw this, I told Paul, I said, I think you'd be very good at this, because she's not afraid to clean anything.
Right.
And I mean, but she also is very good with people. So we talked about that, and I want to export this procedure to Transylvania specifically. I've wanted to do that for a long time. I've wanted her stepmother's clinic to offer this service, so people could have it. I think they already have a ozone therapy there where you get in a steam. It's like a steam bath, but it ozonates your body. I've never done it, but so anyway, this is. I really have a passion to help this procedure get disseminated to the world. And it's also very good for cleaning out physiological trauma that might be induced by vaccinations. The side effects, politely called the side effects of vaccinations.
Right.
Because one of the women was in there doing, for all the shots she got in the Army.
Wow.
And she, was so the colon. I mean, it's good for everything, because the colon is where life begins. It begins in the navel, and then everything grows out of the navel. So whether you're a vampire, a bear, a rabbit, a dinosaur,
any mammal, yes.
Yeah, it all applies. It probably applies to reptilians too. I just am not a biologist, because if they have navels, I don't know. I assume they have something representing a navel, but that's an interesting.
Probably because I'm trying to remember the name of the German scientist who was comparing the fetuses of different life forms, and such as amphibians, frogs, and salamanders and the like, to human fetuses, and noting how extraordinarily similar they were, as if we
go through those phases.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And all of that.
Yeah.
It's a genetic, consistent genetic bifurcations.
Yeah.
Going this way, going that way. You go through all these stages until you get to a human being.
Yeah. No.
It's
Yeah.
Truly.
I'm sorry. Continue. Yeah. No. It's truly remarkable. It's as you say, it's the entire evolutionary process is relived in the womb within 9 months. It's astonishing. Yes.
And I want to say something too.
Yeah.
I had occasion on YouTube to watch Bill Maher.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched too much of Bill Maher lately, but he was having a discussion with Penn and Teller. And the only reason I was listening to it is because I fell asleep, and when I woke up...
That's funny. By the way, thank you for saying that. Before we go back to Penn and Teller and Bill Maher, hold that thought.
Penn Teller. It was just Penn.
Oh, just Penn. Okay. But I want people to know that, speaking of sleep, I want people to rest assured, several years ago, when I was actually suffering a full-blown syncopal collapse on bandwidth when Joe Thai took over and did what he did. I'm not going through that right now. I just want people to know that. Indeed, I'm preempting it by lying down at the moment and just hosting the show lying down, so that doesn't happen, so that I don't experience what I did several years ago with that fiend. But the danger is that I fall asleep. So I do want people to know. Our dear Peter, one time with Crystal River, was on with myself the day before I was supposed to have a colonoscopy, of all things, speaking of things dealing with the colon, that they force on people. And yeah, of course, they're just juicing the insurance is what they're doing. The majority of us, of course, have no need for a colonoscopy. When I found out that from my psychologist that 95% of colonoscopies produce no results whatsoever, I told her I would play Russian roulette at those odds. But so, such being said, however, what's going on right now is because of the lowering of the blood pressure and my lying down to prevent it from causing me to faint. I could very well wind up falling asleep. And unlike that time that Crystal River was on with Peter, and I was drinking that horrible fluid that was supposed to empty my colon out, so in prep for the colonoscopy the next day, which made me deathly sick, and I got sick on air. And Peter and Crystal handled that remarkably well. They handled that the best that they could, and they did wonderfully. And that both these episodes are available still for people to hear. I could give people the exact dates on Wednesday. But yeah, right now, just lying here, I could easily fall asleep. I just want people to know that if that happens, I haven't died. That if I'm not responsive, it just means I've gone.
I would also like to add in here too. I want to get a contribution.
Thank you.
Of at least $50 to Douglas, and he's going to tell us an interesting story.
Yep.
And this time, it's not going to traumatize him. I let him down to telling us stories about the crypt, which was, too cathartic for him. And this will be an interesting story. So if we could get some small donations to add up to $50, you can monitor Douglas. And meanwhile, I'm going to say a little bit more.
Oh, please take it away. And if I don't tell the interesting story tonight, I'll tell it Wednesday. Yes, these stories. So continue, please. Thank you.
Well, yeah, but you're going to have to be the one that tells me whether we get the $50 or not.
Yeah, of course.
So, but anyway, if we get more than 50, he'll tell a better story.
Yes.
And I can even tell a good story
Yeah.
that I haven't told before. Yes, the colon is just where it begins. This is medically, and it also begins. It's qigong. It all starts in the navel. And there is a colon cleanse you can do with qigong, which is lifting your anus. 9 times 9. 9 times 9, that's 81. You do that 9 times a day. Lifting, and you're lifting the anus when the colon is rising. You can put your hand on it. You can stand up and, lift that anus. And I once straightened a woman's back out. I didn't even have to touch her. A very close friend of mine, she says, I have this really bad back problem. And I was going to Romania the next day, and I said, come on over. I'll show you how to do this. She came over, healed within 5 minutes. She was amazed.
Holy shit.
But the idea of this is to, clean the colon. It's good for the prostate. My teacher healed a guy's prostate by telling him how to do this. And he rewarded him by bringing my teacher to a $10,000 a plate dinner where he got to meet Dr. Oz.
Wow. Amazing.
I mean,
How old was Dr. Oz? Wasn't that a while ago?
Or meet Fetterman. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Dr. Oz would be much more interesting to me. He's supposed to be an excellent heart surgeon. Really good. But in any case, so yeah, the colon is a good thing to treat. And as I say, there's all sorts of stuff in there. And if the average person is eating average food and has been doing it most of their life, it's, you know, there's plenty of work to be done, and there's a lot of different colon cleanse. The one I tried, what was this guy? He's very promotion oriented. I forget his name. Oh man, I tried it. It was horrible. But he spent, he created a whole industry cleaning out his own colon and then teaching people how to do it. It did not work for me. It did not work for Paula. I won't consider any of his products.
Wow.
Now he's basically given a diatribe, but sometimes in the enthusiasm of promotion, it gets over promoted, and everything that you do in health wise has to be tailored to yourself. And the biggest barrier is psychology. It's either your own psychology of disciplining yourself or directing yourself to the right diet or the right person, or the doctor's psychology or the therapist's psychology, because they can trip you up too, just by having a fixed idea. I forget the name of the guy who did macrobiotics, and he really helped a lot of people, but then he got crazy.
Wow.
And he started hurting people. And I went to a lecture from a woman who studied with him, and he just got, he started getting very overdoing it, like Robert Kennedy with the vaccines in that island.
Right.
In other words, you've got some information, it's good, and then you start applying it indiscriminately. It's just like every different patient, let alone groups of people, are subject to different circumstances. This is why a Dowser once explained to me in Europe, and he was referring, I think, primarily to Germany. He says a doctor would treat one area of the community. There's a doctor assigned to, zip code 11590 or whatever, or whatever zip code it is, or it could be smaller than a zip code. And that the reason for that is because there's common denominators. If the water's off, if the air is off in that community, if there's sewer stuff going on, if there's toxicity in the community, there's common denominators. So if you have, a doctor servicing people from, multiple zip codes, it's not going to be, you're not going to find the common denominators unless the doctors are talking all the time, which they don't. So there's a certain logic to the way they do things in Europe. But the whole point is environment and is a very key point of what you're treating, or how to treat somebody. And you're treating the individual first and foremost. They do recognize that when they counsel you as a vampire. They're forced to.
Yes.
They're forced to, but you know what? It's good that they're forced to.
Yes. This macrobiotic.
Scientology therapy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say this macrobiotic guy. He wasn't the Japanese guy who wrote the book "You Are All Sanpaku," was it?
Probably.
Oh, okay.
Probably. I don't remember his name. If you said his name, I might recognize.
I don't remember the author's name. Yeah.
He's the one who started I think he had a school up in Massachusetts.
Okay.
But he just overdid it, and he got really abusive with pregnant women. That's where it really got weird.
Man.
According to what I was told.
Yeah.
So, everybody has to find their way. But I'm saying, my project is, I'll be on this. Is it at least until February? Like really pay attention to it, and I might go beyond that because it's something you want to consistently maintain. And I could say, well, I'm 71. It's late in life to be doing this.
No, it's not.
I'm extending my life by doing this.
That's right. Yes.
Like I'm extending my life by, quality of life as well. Like, okay, good. It's better to start now. It's not like I'm starting now, but making up for whatever. I mean, there was a time. I mean, I don't think I've drunk a diet soda in 25 years.
Good for you. It's the worst shit in the world.
Yeah, but I mean, I would drink it, and it just like, no. So, yeah, and once you do a disciplined diet and get at the roots, then you can do a more normal diet, whatever it is. And when I say normal diet, that doesn't mean, you're going to pig out, candy and stuff. But, and one of the biggest complaints or issues, it may not be a complaint, or reason people don't do healthy diets is they'll tell you it's so damned expensive. And it's true. It's challenging. Now, you can grow your own wheatgrass. You can do certain things. You can become disciplined. It requires a lot of discipline. A lot of discipline to do certain things. I mean, just to change your diet requires discipline. Requires tremendous discipline. Like somebody who eats fast food, no more.
Wow.
Try and stop because it's so fast, easy, and convenient. It takes, the more you cook your food, it's better to grow and cook your food. I found out something I didn't know. I've had the hell of a time trying to grow food in my backyard. Hell of a time. And as I say, when I did a vegetable garden, it just wasn't working. Paula didn't take a very big interest in it. And I remember at the end of the fall, I came up, I brought it upstairs, and I presented her with one piece of squash, and I go, here's the harvest. That's the only thing I grew. It was funny. I said, here's the harvest. I put all this time, money, and effort into. Now, the real problem, also is when you go away for a couple of weeks, you really got to tend that garden. You really have to. You got to be, you can't leave the garden in the summer. I learned this from an organic gardener. But the real problem with me growing, because I grew food when I was a kid in my backyard in LA. Because we were encouraged to, and it was, oh wow, here's carrots, here's watermelon, here's cantaloupe. It grew. It was like, wow, it was all natural. It was easy to grow food.
Holy shit. Oh.
Right in back of the garage, there was a dirt patch, and it was like, wow.
In California.
Pardon?
California.
Yeah. And there's plenty of sun, and it was just like, wow, we did it. And, we grow flowers in the flower box and, in the front of the house or whatever. It was like my mom would, kind of do it with me, and it was an adventure. It was fun. It was just, part of growing up. And I think we were encouraged to from the school. Okay, so here it is. I remember trying to grow carrots, and this carrot came out, and it was like, it looked like it was mutated. It looked disgusting. I found out a month or two ago that the soil is compromised.
Yes, it's true.
The soil is badly compromised. I forget the reason why. It might have to do with sewage or whatever. So if you want to grow food, you do it in a box with soil that you buy from the nursery or Home Depot or whatever. You have to isolate the soil and really do a number on the soil. It's just not, you're not using regular dirt that you played in when you were a kid. If you lived in where I did, it's just like, so the soil is everything. Well, that sounds like duh. And then when I go to Transylvania in a couple of weeks, they've been taking care of the soil there for thousands upon thousands of years. And the food they grow is natural. And and the people there lived very long old age because of when they take the sickle and they cut the grass, which becomes hay. They'll get out there with a sickle and they just to cut the grass. Because grass, as you have it on your front lawn, if you have a lawn, it grows to at least waist high, if not higher. That's what that grass is. Grass is hay. And they'll cut the grass and they'll put it in big piles that'll come up and look like kind of like conical pyramids. And that's to feed the livestock during the winter. It's all cyclic, it's all natural, and they've been doing this for their families have been doing it for thousands upon thousands of years.
Wow.
So it's like you're really in nature, and it all rubs off. It rubs off on your being, on your aura. So it's a beautiful experience to get into nature. And it's like, because living in America is quite the opposite, or certainly challenged. Could you look and see if you've gotten any donation yet from any of our kind
Sure, let me see if I can get the energy to do that. Give me a second. The screen is not in front of me, like I said, because I'm lying down. It's to the side of.
I don't want to put you out. If you want to rest a bit, get your.
It's okay. It's in front of me for the moment, at least, so I might as well check here. And while I'm doing that, yes, please continue. And let me see. Nothing in the noted yet. Oh wait, here we are. We've got Devon Bulldog, our dear friend, who's Native American of Canada. And in Canada, they refer to Native Americans as First Nations peoples. And so he's a First Nations citizen, I guess we would call them. They are Canadian citizens, after all. And Devon Bulldog sent $27.73. And he did it in United States dollars. Thank you, Devon. Very important coming from Canada. Love you, Devon. Hugs and kisses. So there you go, Pete. Yeah, already.
Thank you
yeah.
so much. Thank you so much. That's great. I know the First Nation people, or the original people of Canada, have had quite a lot of struggles with their government. And I have, actually, she is a colon therapist of sorts. Ann McDonald, I think. She calls herself a clan mother. She works with the people on the reservation up in Canada. And I was of the mind one time that she was helping me with my colon like long time ago. And she was getting me in touch with Patty Broussard. Patty Broussard was a super soldier. And she wanted me to liaise with her. Patty's story, after talking to her for, 5 or 10 minutes, I said, "You're Native American, aren't you?" She says, "Yeah, I am." She was involved in all sorts of super soldier stuff.
Wow.
And it's a story that it's too complicated. You know what I'm saying? It's just too complicated. It's not something I could do anything meaningful with. Right. It's not that her experiences are not true. It's just like, and this might not be the best analogy, but it's an instant analogy, is if you had somebody on the ledge of a building you know, yelling their life story at you all went wrong, you know, and they're, you know, they're either being told to jump or they're going to jump, and it's like,
So sad.
it's like you know, I mean, no, she wasn't threatening.
I understand.
She's just she's in a rough position.
She's
like
on the
herself.
edge. Yeah.
Well, she wasn't, you know,
Yeah.
acting out or anything. It's just she's in a very complicated situation.
Yeah.
And, you know, Karen sees her as being on the pulse of stuff, and she might be on the pulse of stuff, but, you know, it's kind of like I've got my hand in an electric circuit, you know. I was like, okay, well, I mean, I didn't tell her to take it out, but, you know, and I'm saying, like, okay, it's like what, you know, talking about too much information too fast.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be, and if we can get another donation up there, we'll tell this special story. But first, I'm going to tell this story.
Mm-hmm.
It was I contacted my friend from Sweden. I think you spoke to him briefly when I was. I don't know if he spoke with you briefly when I was transmitting from the camp last year.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. And we wanted him to do the show, or I wanted him to, because he grew up in gangs in Sweden.
Wow.
He was like, you know, if you're the gang, if you grew up in the gangs of Chinatown, he grew up in the gangs of Sweden.
Yeah, motorcycle gangs in his case?
What?
Was it motorcycle gangs in his case? Because the Swedes are...
No, motorcycle gangs. It was like he was kind of like out on the street at a young age.
Wow.
And he turned his life around. I mean, you know, it's like, you know, get straight or die.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So he like figured out what he had to do to have a normal life, and he's prosperous. And he's coming back. Like I took a, you know, it was just over a dozen people on that. That's all I wanted was a dozen people.
Mm-hmm.
And when you count the people who participated, like my driver and his girlfriend, it was a little over a dozen.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dream Workshop. So that was a one-time thing, the Dream Workshop. We plan, those of us who can make the trip, plan to meet again maybe in a couple years in Idaho when two of the participants finish their renovating their place there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll all meet in Idaho. I've never been to Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so, you know, we'll continue the group. It was an experiment. Anyway, my friend, well, I had two friends from Sweden that came. They weren't my friends then because I didn't know them. They're my friends now.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the guy, he's going back. And he's going to be there at the same, he's hired my, unquote, driver. Daniel. I mean, you know, I met Daniel, and Daniel's taken me on 3 or 4 trips up there.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I just met Daniel through a friend of his who became an acquaintance of mine who admired my work. And so he took us to this crystal shop, and I got to know Daniel. So he hired Daniel to take him up to Choclavina. At the same time, I'll be there. And then I'll be driving up with my friend from Brasov, and I'll maybe talk her into taking this guy who's going to put up the antenna. He's going up there anyway, but he lives in the same town she does, so if she has room in her car, we'll take him too with the stuff if there's room.
Mm-hmm.
Assume there will be, but I can't be presumptuous.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll have a little group up there.
Wow.
I assume it will. And then there's a lady from New York who I talked to the other day who's going to come. She met him in Bosnia, and so she's going to come. I introduced her into what she's doing, you know, what she'll be doing there. She's I guess what you call a spiritual worker.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'll have a new friend in New York, but she's going to come with him and with the driver, and I assume the driver's girlfriend, who I know quite well. And then I'll come up with a couple of people, and I ask for permission to go in the cave for 6 or 7 of us. So we'll see if that manifests.
Wow.
And then
are you, like, when you go into the cave with that many people, are you all forced to go in a row in some areas of the cave, or is it so spacious that you're all just?
There are areas you might, but where you might, but there are no. I don't remember any areas in that cave. Now I went about, I think about a mile into that cave. I think
That's a long way.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I was in the cave for like 5 hours. Now it's 2.5. One, there were some rests we did too, and 2.5 back, more or less. Probably more like 2 hours in and 2 hours out, and then there was some where we rested and meditated. You might go through it wouldn't be any less wide than a bathroom.
Wow.
Now, if you go into Yalomita Cave, which is near the Sphinx, and when I say near the Sphinx, it's, maybe a mile away. That cave, which is now super well lit, super, steel girders and beams to protect you, and walkways, which I hate. It was so much. It was so much more fun when the lights were very low.
Yeah.
And there was there was wood stuff to walk on and stairs.
Yeah.
I never felt unsafe.
Right.
But it just was much more organic and natural. Now they've taken the nature out of it.
Oh, that sucks.
And then when you get, and it's quote unquote owned by a monastery, because you got to go through the monastery and pay the monastery to get in the cave.
Interesting.
And I mean, it's nominal, and then when you get to the very end now, it's like they pumped up all this religious music.
Yeah.
And
wow. Oh, Jesus.
and, when you get the early stages of that cave, you have to get down, and sort of, crawl or crouch to get underneath the place.
Wow.
That cave has a more narrow opening, but then there's places where it opens up so grandiose, it's just stunning. It's absolutely stunning. It's more stunning with the lesser lights, but it's still stunning with the bright lights. And then when you get to the very, very end, there's a crack. There's a big opening that you can kind of, wiggle through. I don't think you have to wiggle through. You just narrowly go through. And there's a lot of religious medals and stuff posted there at the end of the cave. But you walk through that, and I've never walked through it. I talked to a guy who did. And he says, you go back there, you need equipment, you need lights. You go about 80 meters, and it just opens up into a huge panorama of what can only be called inner Earth.
Wow.
Now, my friend from Sweden is really interested in penetrating areas that Radu writes about in the book. And this would be the underground city of Apelos, which would be underneath the Apuseni Mountains, which are in southern Transylvania. I've never been to the Apuseni Mountains. And of course, another friend who I've mentioned to you, Douglas, I've never mentioned him to the public, but he's interested. He's going to go there too and see these. He says he met somebody on a chat board or Facebook group that strikes him as authentic, and he's going to show him buildings that go into the inner Earth. Now, I'm skeptical as to why somebody who is in the know would even be on a chat board, but I can't. I can't qualify that because there's, because you'll see. I say, well, tell me what you see, what you find there. Now, this was the same area I wanted to go with Maria D'Andrea and have her get her authentic reads on some of these places. So maybe that story will develop. I don't know, when that might be.
Mm-hmm.
Maria is hard to pin down. She was going to come and be on the show with us, but she had to cancel because of the storm.
Understood.
And she said, we'll do it after you get back.
Mm-hmm.
So she might even be harder to pin down to get her on an adventure with me. And if I did take her on an adventure, I would definitely do it via her home country of Hungary, which is borders Transylvania. We could drive or take a train from Budapest to Timisoara, and then go about our business.
Yes.
But
Hungary and Romania they've had some minor wars over Transylvania, and certainly World War I involved an extension of that conflict. Please continue.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty much a moot point at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But so anyway, that's just some of the background of my upcoming adventure.
Mm-hmm.
And what's very interesting is the lady that I'm going with. I asked her if she liked Nietzsche, and she says, "Of course, why not?" And the reason I asked is because Nietzsche is a I guess a quintessential Romanian dish. They love it. It's a combination of meats. You don't necessarily know what different meats they make it with, but it's basically beef and mutton and pork, or combination, or maybe just two. And it's kind of like a sausage.
Mm-hmm.
But where I probably had it before, but where it really tasted good was when I had just been with my Bulgarian publisher and his friend to the Temple of Orpheus. The Temple of Orpheus, this is the real Orpheus from Greek fame, Greek mythology fame. But the Temple of Orpheus is in Bulgaria.
Mm-hmm.
We're about 40 kilometers north of Greece,
Right.
the southern part of the country. And, we got there in the morning, we walked around, and it was mostly like, they were, I don't know if they were, it looked like a combination between contractors and archaeologists. They were kind of like refurbishing the ruins, or sort of, and you could walk through it, but maybe they're going to make it different.
Right.
So anyway, I think it was about 2:00 when we were done, and we hadn't eaten.
Mm-hmm.
Remember if we ate breakfast or not.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "You want to stop?" And I said, "For lunch." And it's just like, this place is like a little, I don't know how to describe it. It's just this little building.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And so we go inside. The lady does not speak Bulgarian. She speaks Turkish.
Yeah,
So go
interesting.
and get I don't remember if it was the daughter getting the mother, or the mother getting the daughter. I think it was the daughter getting the mother.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And she spoke Bulgarian.
Mm-hmm.
So there really wasn't a big choice to order. So you just kind of, like, okay, just. And what they brought out was actually meat. It looks like this piece of meat.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at Milko, and I said, and I love to tell this story. I told it in front of him many times. I go, what is this? And he just looks at me and he goes, dog.
Jesus, what a
It wasn't dog. He was being funny.
yeah, nothing funny about it.
It's very funny. Dog. It's like it was very good when you ate it with bread and mustard.
Mm-hmm. That sounds delicious.
When I fell in love with it. It's Paula's favorite dish.
Oh wow!
Now there's a place in Kostest, which is Kostest is the name of a fortress in ancient Dacia, and I've been there, more than once. And then there's a town there, Kostest, and in this town is this little, bistro, and they serve this excellent meat.
Wow.
Well, I said to her, I said, there's this place with excellent, I wrote to her, there's a place with excellent meat, and she says, where's Kostest? In other words, she didn't even know where the town is. I said, well, it's the biggest, it's the town before you get to Sarmisegetusa, which she went to as a little girl.
Interesting. I mean, it's not surprising she doesn't know it, of course. I mean, there's plenty of people who don't know everything about their own country, but go on.
She's somebody who strikes me, I mean, I know her, she's super intelligent.
Yeah.
And she grew up from 9 years old in the United States, and she just moved back to Romania. But it's like she's very acculturated with both countries, but now I'm going to be showing her a whole area of sacred Dacia that she doesn't know. And I've introduced many Romanians to sacred Dacia.
Right. But by the
it could have a very profound effect.
Yeah.
On her spirituality. I don't,
Wow.
I mean, I can't evaluate that, but it's. But what were you going to say?
It's when you talk about this profound effect on the spirituality, I'm just curious, is there kind of like a Romanian neo-paganism subculture? I mean, the church has been so powerful for so long, and then there was the communism. I don't know. I'd like to know a little bit about that. And the other thing was, you mentioned the conflict between Hungary and Romania as being a moot point over Transylvania, which I can understand that, but there also is still a kind of concept of Transylvanian independence. That movement has surfaced once in a while. I know about that, and or know that it exists. I don't know if you have any sympathy with that movement.
Transylvanian independence movement, and if it really was a big deal, I would have heard about it through Paula.
Okay.
Or her family. I could ask her about it.
Yeah.
I will ask her about it if I remember. If she knows anything about it, they would definitely know about it.
Yeah.
But it's not something that. What I would say about. I first learned of this. One of the first people to contact me when Radu's book was published was. He was either the president or the former president of Psychotronics in New York City, which might have been discontinued. Very nice man. I forget his name. A very nice man. I want to say it was Eric Hunter, but I'm not sure. He invited me to his home in Manhattan and invited me to dinner, which I did go to. And I think he wanted to buy some books, too. It was just getting out. But he'd read the book. First thing, and his wife served me incredible Hungarian goulash, and it was like goulash I'd never had before. It was very good.
Wow.
Very good.
Well, the real thing.
He was sort of the supervisor for a very nice building, so it was he had sort of an elegant situation. He had a nice apartment. I don't think he's there anymore. But in any case, the first thing he wanted me, he said that I think friends of his said that Radu was using NATO the recent alignment with NATO as a pretense to write this book.
Interesting.
The fact that NATO had now aligned with Romania, okay, it was as if his friends were implying that, oh wow, well this is, he's creating a plausibility, because like, who could make up a story like this over the fact that there was an alliance between NATO and Romania, which there never had been before?
Right.
What were the politics behind that? Well, I could tell you very simply is that Romania has huge issues with Russia going back to World War I, when they took their crown jewels.
Of course.
So Romania has issues anyway. But be that as it may, Americans have a very strong presence in Romania.
By the way, the lady that I dated, she is not only a regular reader of your newsletter and has apparently really absorbed all of the Radu materials, but she said everybody she knows, or a whole bunch of people she knows of, are moving to Romania, are becoming involved with it. So the American involvement with Romania in it.
The theme or mythology, whatever you want to call it, of the books.
Yeah, she seems very familiar with it, but she was also pointing out how she had a lot of people that she knew of, as well as people she personally knew, or certainly more people she knew of, that were relocating or becoming involved with Romania in some other sense, business or otherwise. So that's
say if you want an American passport, you can stay in Romania, I think, for just under 6 months.
Okay.
You can't stay there beyond 6 months. If you want to go to Thailand, you can stay 30 days.
Wow. Okay.
If you want to go stay 30 days, and you hop across the border to Cambodia or wherever it is, then you can go in for another 30 days. But in Romania, if you're a U.S. citizen, you can stay for up to just under 6 months.
Wow.
Beyond that, you've got to be, I guess, married and then even if you're married, you still have to apply for citizenship. But so, I don't know, the pragmatism of that. I do know one of the students of Paula's stepmother is an American, and I think he stayed there. He's on what do you call it? I think disability or social, whatever it is. But I think he got married. He's got but he stayed there for years. He stayed there for years, and he lives on his dole that he gets from the government. I don't know what exactly it is.
Jesus.
But he's got. Paul probably knows his status if I ask her. But be that as it may. But anyway, after he told me that, the first thing he wanted me to know was that the train tracks in Transylvania have these imprints on them that say Hungary. Like in other words, he was very territorial about it. He wanted me to know that Transylvania belongs to Hungary.
Right.
And of course, to me, this was like a pissing issue. Now, I did ask my sponsor in Romania, who runs Atlanticron. I asked him about that when I next saw him, and he just kind of looked like it's kind of like if is Hunter Biden really innocent or something? It's beneath his dignity to even take it seriously. Like it's a non-issue, and it's like people want. Now, the reason Hungary did occupy Transylvania during the Habsburg Empire, when it was part of Austria-Hungary.
Yes.
And you can see this, and there's no denial of that history if you go to the the place that Jules Verne wrote about, the castle of the Carpathians, which is in Deva.
Mm-hmm.
There's a fortress there, talks about the Habsburgs. But the thing is, the reason Transylvania and the rest of Wallachia and the other provinces, such as Moldavia, which is different than Moldava, the reason these were bordered off is because the language was common. It was they all spoke Romanian.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Hungary is a different language, and they speak Hungarian. Now, there's this percentage of people in Transylvania who speak Hungarian and are Hungarians, but it's very small. And I remember my first friend from Transylvania, who she listened to David's lecture, and, I, befriended her, and, I actually went and visited her in her house in Transylvania. Actually went to her house. I told her I would go to her house, and it was years later, and Paula's stepmother took me there. And then I met her again a couple years ago. She came, it's in Bucharest, and she took me to this incredible tea garden. But she, I guess she told me that they tell Hungarian jokes, just like Polish jokes.
Right,
It's like
right.
Polish, Hungarian jokes.
Oh.
And I would tell people, if you hear Polish jokes, where Polish jokes originated was in the camps in Poland. Whether they were death camps or concentration. I don't know if do they have any concentration camps in Poland? I know they had.
Oh, let me express this. Just put it this way: the mother of all death camps is in Poland. Poland was.
I know they had death camps.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, did they have concentration camps, which are different? As you
yes.
know?
No. Quite true. Quite true. What Peter is saying is quite true. Actually, to tell you the truth, I don't know if they had. I presume they did. They must have. But yeah.
Well,
but
that's something we assume. We need some Holocaust deniers to do some research.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Because the thing is, Dachau, which sounds like a nightmare, and for some was a concentration camp. Yeah. Yeah. And the concentration means you're concentrating people, you're putting them together. Yeah. It's basically a prison camp. Yes. And then the death camp is where they're slated for death. Yes. And those death camps were in Poland. That's right. I don't think any of them were in Germany. And the reason they were in Poland, according to this book that I sent you. Yes, that's correct. The concentration camp, the death camps were already extant in Poland. Yes, that is quite true. No, all of that is quite true. The Polish before the Germans invaded it. Yes, that's right. No, it's true. It's true. The Polish people had they were the big death camp operators. They were the real perpetrators of the Holocaust. It would have been impossible without them doing that, because imagine occupying a nation, then trying to kill a minority within that nation. That would be impossible without the majority of that nation's population helping. In the case of Poland, they started it first. Poland was killing Jews, though. I think they were killing Germans. They were killing Germans. That's absolutely true. All of that is quite true. And matter of fact, this is something that I wasn't going to talk about until, I was, past this stage of vasodepressor syncope. But since Peter brought this issue up, I just want to express it as succinctly as possible, as quickly as possible, is the fact that when as I've said before, the average Russian peasant, the majority of them could not read or write. They were illiterate because they were kept that way by the czars. When the communists took over, and the Bolsheviks who were the communists, the Bolshevik means majoritarian party,
and communist, of course, was their ideology. When the Soviets took over, they had no one who could read or write other than the former closest thing to a middle class in Tsarist Russia, which was the Jews. And the Jews dominated the Eastern European Pale of Settlement, as it was called, this empire of theirs from the Baltic to the Black Sea, where they were the doctors, the lawyers, the accountants, and the dentists and stuff. And they could read and write. And so the communists made them the Commissars. And not only did the Commissars rob Peter to pay Paul by confiscating all of the food produce of Ukraine to give to the Russians, who were suffering a famine, and thereby triggered a mass famine in Ukraine, which resulted in the death of 15 million people. They essentially, when the Soviets invaded Eastern Europe in 1945, what they did was they took over the camps. Now, one of the things I brought up in the past was the processing of human ash into synthetic diamond. There's only one other nation on Earth besides the Nazis of the Third Reich who had this technology: the Soviets. And the Soviets got it from those camps by reverse engineering. And the reason they knew how to do it was because they operated those camps as death camps as soon as they took over. And these Jewish Bolshevik commissars running those camps in Eastern Europe behind the Iron Curtain used them to kill Germans by the tens of millions. Understand that before World War II, there were 180 million Germans throughout Europe, all the way to the Volga, what were known as Volga Germans. And they'll tell you the Volga Germans were deported, but in other areas, the Germans were not deported. They were taken to these camps and killed by the tens of millions under the command of Jewish commissars. And all of this was behind the Iron Curtain, so the West knew nothing about it. And so, as I said, before World War II, there were 180 million Germans. By the time I was a mercenary serving with the Serbs in the Balkan Wars in 1991, if you put the populations of East and West Germany together, which happened with reunification at that time, and you added in the population of Austria, all you had were 100 million Germans. Where did 80 million Germans go? Of course, a few hundreds of thousands escaped to Unterland, but it couldn't have been more than a few million at the absolute extreme, more like just a million, whose population later became 6-7 million over generations. But in terms of the rest of them, they were exterminated under Jewish commissars using those death camps in full operational status for years, and processing those ashes into synthetic diamonds for the Soviet economy. It's really a stolen Holocaust. The Jews killed far more Germans than the Germans ever did the Jews. It's the Jewish people who owe Germany eternally and should live in eternal damnation and guilt. But back to Peter with that.
Well, yeah, we're that's quite a subject.
Yes.
Where I first encountered that was a movie with Orson Welles. I forget the name of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about the white slave trade out of Poland.
Yeah.
That's where the story begins. The white slave trade out of Poland. I said, "Wow, I haven't heard of that one before."
Right.
And this was, I think the scene was taking place in the 1930s. Orson Welles, he actually met Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
He met Churchill. He had a lot of interesting encounters. You can find his accounts of these. Churchill was served him well. But anyway, where we got off talking about these
Oh,
Germans.
we were talking about Poland, and you were bringing up, of course, the Polish jokes, the Hungarian jokes.
Oh yeah, the Polish jokes originated from the German soldiers who were guarding the Polish people when they took possession, and they made fun of the Poles, much as if you had a bunch of white racists making fun of black people, or vice versa, or the racial humor that was put into cartoons about either the blacks, the Japanese, by the Americans, that were put into the cartoons we watched as kids. So that's it's to be expected. It's just it's a historical anecdote. Could you check and see if we've gotten any more contribution for you?
Okay. Yes. Let me set up to do that, and just see if I can move the screen, and then hit access the keyboard, and take a look. I mean, I think I just told an interesting story.
I'm gonna take it to a higher level if somebody.
Yeah. I don't think there's any new notifications of contributions yet. So we had Stephen Myers was the $60. So in a sense that was before we issued the challenge. Then after the challenge,
right, but that's before we're asking.
Afterwards was one more. Hold on for a second. So first was our man Devon Bulldog, and now from Grace Miyaza, sent 150 United States dollars as a gift. Goddess bless you, honey. I love you beyond expression.
Okay, don't. You shouldn't have mentioned her name.
Oh, sorry. She had no.
She was going to send you money in the mail.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. You didn't hear what I just said. Yes, there was no notification for anonymity.
She was hesitant about it because. Yes. Of where she worked, she didn't really want it.
Understood.
There's no harm done.
Yes.
But she's a wonderful lady who slept on my couch once. She came all the way for Preston's funeral service, memorial service.
Oh wow!
And she was having some issue with car and whatnot, so she slept on my couch.
Yeah.
She also attended, the seminar.
Yeah.
That Paula's stepmother gave here. So I consider her a personal friend. She's a very lovely lady.
Yes.
And she, really felt passionate about helping, and she called me. Yeah. She wanted to ask me some questions, but she also, asked me the best way to send to you. But so I'm glad she did send.
So I do just want to say this, honey, you're an angel, and everybody, just let me know for future reference if you want to be anonymous. Put that in the note, anonymous, and it helps. Yes.
I don't think there's any harm done here. But
yeah.
She answered your call.
Yes, God bless you, honey.
Yeah.
Okay.
So okay, so we're going to tell the anecdote now. We got the anecdote. Mm-hmm. And if somebody contributes more, I'll have an anecdote for you. It's on. But anyway, we're going to focus now. I asked Douglas. This is a very curious point to me. Is first thing I was talking about my friend from Sweden. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'll finish that story and then we'll get to Douglas's anecdote. Because I said,
and do remember, there's always a potential I might fall asleep at any moment. So please continue.
I know you're not going to fall asleep. So anyway, he said, we spoke and talked a little bit about this, that, or the other thing, and I said, well, maybe would you like to be on Douglas's show? We were going to do this, and he says, yeah. He says, I try to listen. Mm-hmm. He says, but and basically what it comes down to, he likes to listen. But it's so hard for people to follow the whole story.
Right.
In other words, I'm pretty, pretty ginned in. But the stuff we talk about, if people listen, I like to think Tank Barry has a pretty good handle on things because he listens to so much.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's a lot of ground to cover. This is why I'm doing the book, because you'll have a lot more recognition.
Yes.
And we really appreciate the core audience here who listens. But my friend in Sweden said, he tried, and I said, listen, it's like, you've only got so much time in a day. You can only listen so much.
Mm-hmm.
And I know my other friend in Transylvania who's I'm going to be traveling with, she was listening.
Mm-hmm.
And late on the show, she can only, how much can time does one have and how much can one absorb?
Yeah.
But anyway, so here, I was thinking, this was very interesting. I was curious myself, and I think the audience would be very curious. Okay, so Douglas goes to the estate. He goes to the estate frequently, and he consumes blood from the blood boys.
Yes.
And the blood boys are, basically were young children who were orphaned or given up and rejected from their families.
Yes.
For basically being gay.
Yes.
And they've been saved by the character Douglas refers to as Sugar Daddy, who's a Silicon Valley billionaire who saved their lives, given them a nice home, not a perverted home, and he keeps them separate from all the hedonism that takes place at the estate. They have their own place, and they provide blood to keep him younger.
Yes.
Transfusion, it works.
Yes.
It's not adrenochrome. It's human blood that makes them and he's not the only Silicon Valley billionaire to do this.
That's correct.
So the blood boys are well cared for. Their blood is used while they're young. They're not going to be given it when they're in West's age. I said that to make Douglas laugh.
By the way, no one would want Ian West's blood at any age, but go on, yes.
Well, in any case, I guess that's a matter of preference. But might be a common preference. But in any case, so basically, Douglas, when Douglas takes their blood, he applies his teeth to their vein, and they actually get an endorphin rush because of the biochemistry in his mouth.
Yes.
It's like he has a high instance of endorphins in there, or from the antibacterial stuff, much like a wolf might. And they get a high from him taking the blood. And of course, the blood supplies him as being part of the subspecies of vampire.
Yes.
Or vampire. And so this is the background of Sugar Daddy, and this is a godsend to Douglas because he needs this blood. He doesn't have to, go out in the streets and get it.
Yes.
And get it from inferior homeless people or whatever he might have to do.
Thank you. Yes.
But so anyway, this is a godsend to him. It's now, of course, the way he got. So I want to say, how was he able to ingratiate himself into this situation? We do know that Douglas worked as a security guard for Sugar Daddy because he was in the security business, and that's where he would have initially encountered him. But then Douglas had also saved the person he calls his son.
Yes.
When he was a woman.
Yes. A girl, actually, but go on. Yes.
Girl, and he purchased her, saved her life, and they became very close. And but she decided that she wanted to do transgender, and she was one of the first people which she became a he, to and they married Sugar Daddy. So they're he's kind of like an in-law to Sugar Daddy. But what I wanted to ask you, and I think this would be it's fascinating to me, I think it would be fascinating to the audience, how were you able to ingratiate yourself with Sugar Daddy so that you could access this very, I guess what you call rarefied blood supply that's very personal to him? Say, hey, can I have some blood? How did it go down? How did it even come up that you could, would, or should have blood from this supply?
Well, thank you for asking. I'll do my best to try and answer the question while lying down. I do want to apologize for everyone in the chat that I'm not accessing the screen, so I'm not sure if anybody in the chat is asking anything, or I'll count on our dear Aristides to keep us, appraised of that. And hopefully he's checking it once in a while, as well as, anyone else. And, of course, feel free, T-Tankberry, that if somebody's saying something in the chat that you want to bring to my attention, just send me a text on the cell phone, and I should get the notification of that. Like I said, for as long as we can stand it through the opening hours. So basically, what Peter related is all true, and I'll try to reiterate it to degree very quickly in summation, so that our listeners get a better idea of the chronology, because it's a fire hose of information, and the data can be confusing, and a lot of people, what's said is so shocking and is just so atypical of their own paradigm that it's a lot of them shut down just hearing certain phrases here and there. Some would shut down at the transgender. Some would shut down at the boys being rejected because they're gay. Some would shut down at the blood being taken. Would probably be where most people just kind of just flat out kind of tune out. But our listeners are made. Yeah.
Let's qualify something here.
Yeah.
I want the audience to know.
Thank you.
That I have no particular, I don't get my jollies by hearing this stuff. I don't like to hear it. I wish Douglas was not a vampire. Like if you were to ask me, do I like the Yankees or the Mets better? It's like it's a preference. I'd rather, it might be some more. In some different reference frame, but you know what? You have to follow truth on the path it takes you, and I certainly don't object to it. I'm not upset by it. It is ontologically disorienting at first. I've gotten used to it, yes. And I'm accepting of the fact that he is a living creature, and Hinduism and many other, philosophies teach us to respect all life.
Thank you.
And of course, this is part of a very complicated scenario that has very many deeper aspects. So anyway, it stretches your knowledge. It makes you knowledgeable about things that you didn't know. So let's listen. Continue with your story.
Thank you. And just to put some perspective into this, some cosmic perspective, when it came to the Buddha, he is certainly acknowledged within the Aryan folklore of ancient India. And it's always important to remember that the Buddha was Aryan. And he was not just Aryan, he was an ethno-warrior, which is what the term Aryan means. He was of the warrior caste of ancient India. And that he was a warrior who had seen so much bloody combat that he suffered from severe post-traumatic stress disorder. But the important point to be made here in this case is that he was said to be of serpent lineage. So he had an element of the reptilian in him. And dwell on that and understand that you can't look at the world from a David Icke perspective where you dismiss an entire species because of some form of, you would call it special hatred as opposed to racial hatred. Some people might think that special hatred would be somehow acceptable, that you're not hating a human being. But hatred is hatred, and it's an investment of energy. And if you devoid yourself of hate, and not that I'm one of the most hateful people on earth in my own way, but you might notice that I try not to dwell on the hatred because it takes a lot of energy, and so divest that energy and understand that with vampirism, there is something I do need to express to you, and obviously what we see is the rise of vampirism in Silicon Valley, but it's a different kind of vampirism. You might say it's a social vampirism, and that's not wrong. But it's beyond that. It's a physical vampirism, but their intake of blood is through a process called Parabiosis, which is basically blood transfusions. And so they cannot digest human blood because they're human beings, the Silicon Valley moguls. I know that's hard to believe, but they really are, physiologically, not psychologically. The rich are different from you and I. And in that sense, I am like you, not rich. But the one thing I can tell you that most people need to know about, should be taught in school, is here's a silly idea human beings flatter themselves with. There's this franchise called the Predator franchise about an alien, or rather an entire alien race that hunts as their prime directive. Their entire culture is based on the hunt. And they would come to Earth and hunt men, well, humans, because it's a challenge, because humans are the apex predator of the planet. And so there's this one movie, I think it's the latest in the franchise, probably another one coming up soon, but it's a good movie. It's got a Native American female as the lead, or at least a lady portraying a Native American character, and that's a good thing, and she's the hero and comes out on top. All this is good stuff. But they start the film off with humans flattering themselves, and the alien comes to Earth and starts hunting at, the bottom of the predatory food chain, something like killing a snake, and then, moving up to killing a fox, and then killing a wolf, and then moving up to killing a bear, and then finally kills a human to open the film with. It's like he's moving up the food chain, and the humans are at the apex of that food chain. Bullshit. Total fucking bullshit. You human beings, you're not at the head of the food chain at all. You're nowhere near the top. So understand there's this thing called the trophic scale. And the trophic scale is based on what you eat. And at the top are the apex predators. And apex predators dominate the food chain. The entire food chain exists to feed the apex predator. So at the top would be entities like sharks, who just eat everything that is beneath them. The ocean is the shark's domain. But of course, human beings, you might say, if they're lower on the scale, how can they kill sharks? Well, human beings have also been known historically to hunt vampires. Just because you're lower on the food scale doesn't mean you can't turn the tables, but notice what happens when you do. The human beings have wiped out 90% of the sharks in the ocean from the populations that we know of. And as a result, sharks are mutating. In order to genetically compensate, they're becoming more and more inbred. And so what that's resulting in is more and more two-headed sharks. I'm not making this up. You can look this up. They're finding more and more two-headed sharks. And this is the result of all the inbreeding because you've wiped out 90% of the sharks in the ocean. all you're doing is fucking yourselves up. Because when you kill the apex predator, you're destroying the entire food chain, which is pretty much what you're doing with the oceans and what you're doing everywhere else. Because if you were at the top of the food chain, you wouldn't do that because you'd be dependent on the food chain. But since you're nowhere near the top, that's why you're fucking it up so badly. You're not just a lower order of animal than I am. You're a stupid animal that is not deserving of my respect. So do understand that and accept that and grant yourself some humility because you fucking need it. If you don't get it, your species will not survive because you'll wipe out the apex predators like me on which the entire food chain depends, and you're all going to die. So just remember, the entire food chain exists to serve creatures like myself. Now, the Silicon Valley moguls are simply an economic version of that, but they're still a pale shadow of my kind. And I'm at the bottom of my kind, just a quarter vampire. What gives me an edge is simply the nanoplasma transfusion. But my mother was on a far higher scale than me, and above her were true vampires on the food chain. They're not civilized or even able to articulate themselves. They're like on extreme ends of the autistic spectrum. They operate at a survival level, almost feral. But that we go into in the book. As for the point to be made, on the trophic level, being you are what you eat to a degree, you human beings, demographically, statistically, all put together across the board from every culture, the majority of you, except for extreme hunter-gatherer tribes or extreme agrarian tribes, etc., you are all mostly eating more plants than you eat animals. And it's getting worse as you fuck up the environment and become more and more dependent on more and more plants, and more of you become more and more vegetarian and more vegan out of some bizarre sense of whatever drives you to do that. But that puts you lower and lower on the food scale of the trophic, the food level of the trophic scale, the food chain. Because at the bottom of it all is the plants, which are primary energy producers. And the grazers eat them, and you eat the grazers. It puts you above the munching herds of cattle and, ranging deer and all that. But you yourselves, because of what you eat being more and more plants, even more than what you did before on balance, you are on the trophic scale somewhere between an anchovy and a pig. And that's what you are to me, as a species. So it doesn't mean I can't cultivate friendships, but do understand that the idea of competition with myself, or someone like my mother, or a true vampire, is absurd. It's like a reindeer trying to be a lion. So that being said, and that being done with, I served as personal security to the person who I refer to as Sugar Daddy to protect their identity for reasons that should be understandable. And as for my son, a child prostitute I purchased off the streets when she was a girl. I had no idea she was gender dysphoric. She was what I thought was boyish looking. I was attracted to that as well, though I prefer all kinds of females all along the spectrum, and of course like them busty and bosomy as well as the little boyish types. Pretty eclectic. But in her case, she had a special appeal to me, and we almost started a gang war. In order to prevent it, we expended a lot for a purchase, and I took her under my wing. I ultimately had every intention of marrying her after developing an intimate relationship with her. That's, of course, during that time I was more and more aware through herself of her gender dysphoria. And unfortunately, I had to really go through the process of grief, all stages of grief, as in a very real sense she died. The young girl I wanted to marry became a boy, a young man, through sex assignment surgery, and or sexual affirmation surgery, as it's called. And so when that happened, she had already become acquainted with the person who would marry her, because he's gay, and that was Sugar Daddy. Now, when that marriage took place, she entered, in a very real sense, his estate. There were prenuptials involved. There's no harm in saying that. And it's important to say that, because a lot of people ask me, oh, well, you know, if Sugar Daddy dies, your son gets all this money and you'll be living fat. No, it doesn't work like that. It's no mystery at this point that my son's husband is Asian. And as such, his family is an albatross. And the prenuptials extend to my son only a minimal amount for a comfortable life. It certainly would not be enough to support myself. Just so people understand that and don't think I've got some big fat fortune waiting for me. However, as a security enforcement agent, and our dear Peter used the term security guard, which doesn't bother me at all, but believe it or not, you'd be surprised in the security industry. That would be like, I don't know what the analog would be like. I'm trying to think of something, but it doesn't really matter. For some reason, a lot of mercenaries and security enforcement agents, as a lot of them call themselves, the private security contractors, they consider the word guard to be some kind of an insult, because they imagine unarmed people. You know, a lot of people think of unarmed guys in the cheap polyester uniforms you see at shopping malls or something. And I guess because, you know, higher echelons of armed security and personal security don't want to be confused with mall cops and shit, or the cream puff end of the security industry, which, you know, I've actually worked in at some moments of my life, where you're unarmed in a cheap polyester uniform in a skyscraper. You know, it's, you know, they don't want to be identified with that. Okay, so that having been clarified, when I worked personal security with Sugar Daddy, he gained a lot of trust. I gained a lot of trust with him and respect. I taught him some very important things that saved his life. One that I'll bring up is the fact that a lot of people who are wealthy, you would think, have chauffeurs or people driving them. You might notice that when it comes to, say, for instance, Judith Ager, who was a fan and a former intimate of mine, who was on the show a few times in the past, she was in Hawaii, on the island of Maui, where she lives, half of which was purchased by Zuckerberg, the owner of Facebook. And she encountered him in some traffic jam, because traffic jams happen there because the tourists, when you get tourist season and swarm with tourists, and what few developed roads there are become loaded with tourists, you get these traffic jams. One of them was so extreme, people were getting out of their cars. And she encountered Mark Zuckerberg, and personally. And he was driving his own car. So when you take a look at many wealthy people in this day and age, you'll notice that a lot of them drive their own cars. Now, one of the reasons why was because years ago, Sugar Daddy helped pioneer that phenomenon because of me. He, of course, like many wealthy people, wanted to hire some kind of security driver. And I informed him, of course, by getting into the car with him. And I told him, you get behind the wheel. And he was going, why? Aren't you going to drive? And I said, no. It's not just because of that promise I made the judge, of course. I think that this was before I even got on the situation where I'm in now. And that's a whole different explanation for another time. But I informed Sugar Daddy you can't trust anyone behind the wheel other than yourself. If you encounter an ambush, you're either going to find some way to escape it by reversing. Of course, if it's a ambush, you can't reverse. So you're going to have to try and plow through. And likely you're going to die. But whatever you do, you can't count on somebody else, because no matter who it is, if you're paying them, there's not enough you can pay them for them to kill themselves. This isn't like ancient Asia where you've got a sworn fealty from somebody whose very bloodline is dedicated to your service, like a samurai to their lord. In this day and age, anybody would just get out of the car and surrender you, because they know that their chances of survival will increase exponentially by doing so. So from that point forward, he drove himself and would allow no one else to drive him. These things are important. It was how I gained his trust on a personal level, which was how I gained access to the Blood Boys, as much as through the influence of my son, or the young lady who became my son by default, who married him, and thereby rendering myself by default essentially an in-law of his. So when it comes to the Blood Boys themselves, understand again, this is common in Silicon Valley. The economy of the moguls is such that it represents unfortunately, more and more every day, the caste system of ancient India. And a lot of this is because of the tremendous influx, especially since the trade war started under Donald Trump, to his credit, against the Communist Chinese Empire. Now, the Communist Chinese were beginning to dominate the industry, and probably would have taken over the world in terms of a lot of high technology, if not for Donald Trump. It's one of the reasons why the tech bros are all turning to Donald Trump, or a great deal of them. So, such having been clarified, as Peter and I have articulated, Trump, unfortunately, does not seem to understand the microchip technology being produced in my native Taiwan is something that the tech bros are not producing here in America. The tech bros are not producers of chips. We'll go into that in another episode, possibly Wednesday. That having been clarified, these tech bros and a lot of Silicon Valley moguls, the first who was exposed for having transfusion affiliates was Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel was exposed by a magazine that he wound up destroying by hiring, basically by sponsoring Hulk Hogan. And the magazine that exposed him, I'd have to look up their name, but you could look up the Hulk Hogan lawsuit with that magazine that he won, and that destroyed the magazine. And the only reason he won was because he got millions of dollars in legal sponsorship from Peter Thiel. He hated this magazine because they exposed him as, quote-unquote, gay, which he is, or rather became. See, there's a phenomenon here concerning, I'll go into that in a moment.
Hulk Hogan won the lawsuit?
Yeah, Hulk Hogan won that lawsuit. You can...
Gay, which means that it's... So, in other words...
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you... I might have miscommunicated. I'm not saying Hulk Hogan was gay. No, Hulk Hogan sued this magazine because they were exposing dirt about him and his divorce, or something like that.
Okay, so Hulk Hogan is not gay. I
No,
didn't think he was.
No. Hulk Hogan's not gay. Whatever.
It exposed Peter Thiel is gay.
Yes. That's why Peter Thiel hated them. But Peter Thiel, for whatever reason... Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of logical reasons. He couldn't sue them directly for exposing him as gay because it just would have made him look defensive and it would have reinforced his gayness. In other words, he couldn't win that. So he had to destroy them by another means, and he used Hulk Hogan as his battering ram. And so what happened was Hulk Hogan sued them because they were exposing dirt about his personal private life and his divorce and all that stuff.
So Hulk Hogan was being a tool for Peter Thiel.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And if you look up the Hulk Hogan lawsuit with the magazine that he won, you'll find out what the name of the magazine was. I can't remember what it was. I keep thinking Intelligencer or Intercept. It was neither of those. It was neither of those, but it was something, like that. It's a name similar to that, like something gritty, more like a muckraker name. But anyhow, so the point was that what they exposed was Peter Thiel's gayness, which is true, but they began to expose an element of his transfusion association, which meant he had a young boy with him who he was getting blood from via the transfusions. And they took that as like a gay fetish at that time. No one at that time in the conventional world understood how deep into Parabiosis the Silicon Valley mogul sets were. Now, to just, again, clarify why they're like this, because you'd say, anybody could ask, logically, how does a subculture of really wealthy, technologically oriented kind of people, geeks, techno wizards, how'd they get into this shit? And how did it spread so exclusively, etc.? So to understand this, just look at San Francisco. Silicon Valley is but an extension of San Francisco. It's like there are tech companies, startups that, of course, don't make it anywhere. They're called unicorns. Now, unicorns are not always failures. The unicorns, of course, can turn into big success stories. But that's why none of the tech bros are producing microchips. All of the tech economy in California is based on startups. All the investors are putting money into startups that they want to return. They want to return on their investments quick. And so these startups can do that by designing software. So all of these people, Bill Gates and all these types, they're working with software. But to create microchips requires investment in multi-billion dollar infrastructure, where you take enormous amounts of water, resources. You have to re-engineer the entire regional ecosystem, and then get enough neon gas, which mostly sources from Ukraine, now a battle zone, and then use that as the medium through which to laser etch at a microscopic level these microchips. All of this, of course, is so expensive. Any iota of dust or particulate matter gets into that shit, it's worthless. So everything has to be super sterile. You're closing off, the environment, completely hermetically sealing it. Only Taiwan invested into restructuring its entire island to do this. That's why over 90% of all microchips in the world come from Taiwan. So none of the tech bros are producing that shit. They're just working with software.
And this is because of the art elect.
Thank you. And only the Dietrich art elect directed the entire Taiwanese government to strong arm the wealthy elite of their culture and their nation to back the investment no one else was willing to put in to this technology. It's simply too prohibitive. And so when they did it, of course, the payoff was astronomical. And Taiwan, of course, our world runs on the technology produced in Taiwan. The information superhighway begins in Taiwan. So all that being said, that's out of the way, but that explains Sugar Daddy. Of course, that he was more involved with the fall of Hong Kong. So don't just look for a Taiwanese name You won't be able to find him. There's too many Hong Kong people escaped to Taiwan when the communists took over. And not only that, the assets are distributed. It's so long as I refer to him obliquely, he'll be fine. His security will be protected. All that stuff being said, to secure that, to get people to understand that, when it comes to the technology of the tech bros and the software that they work with, half of their ability to market themselves has to be based on image and brand. And the way that they cultivate that brand and that image is through San Francisco. They have to have offices in San Francisco. Now, you might understand the insane, hypocritical paradox of this. The entire idea of the high technology world was work at home. Where you are doesn't matter. It's all bullshit. Of course, for the sake of elitism and prestige, they chose a place to represent their elite prestigiousness. San Francisco, the Golden Gate. And so they have to have offices in San Francisco. And the overhead here is astronomical. So a lot of startups don't make it because they kept... They whatever they had to do, they had to have an office in San Francisco. That was costing them, at times, like half of everything they made.
Please clarify me. Why does it have to be why is it so important to be in San Francisco other than prestige?
It's only the prestige. It's only the prestige. It's like it's basically.
In other words, if you don't have an office in San Francisco, you're nobody.
Yeah. That's the attitude. And to give people just an example, we had so many startups in the state of California. And the first thing that the startups do is they order, of course, a water bottle for the office and vending machines and shit. And so they got vending machines, the water bottle of artesian water or whatever. And a lot of these companies that produced vending machines and water bottles, distributors, the big heavy multi-gallon water bottles the man has to carry in and load up and put upside down so you can, fill your little Dixie cup and shit. They stopped selling to the state of California because so many of these startups died that they could never pay for the water bottles and the vending machines they purchased. So these companies just stopped selling to the state of California. That's how extreme the situation was with the startups. But that's what the entire economy of Silicon Valley is really based on. Startups, unicorns, fake it till you make it, and then the few guys that do succeed because they've got actual software. So when it comes to these software boys, apparently they're not giving Trump the real dope. So it's up to us on this program to do so, because Peter and I are convinced, for reasons we don't need to go into right now, but the evidence is there, that they're listening to us. Trump's boys, Biden's boys, certainly Israel, Communist China, Russia, etc. Yeah. So all that being clarified, the San Francisco economy is a pyramid. And it's based because once Trump started the trade war with Communist China, for all the right reasons, or maybe, it doesn't matter whether the reasons were right, it all came out to be one of the best things he ever did. If any legacy is to last from Donald Trump's administration, it will be that. We're still following, under Biden, the Trump foreign policy, for good reason. But once he turned the tables on Communist China, and Communist China totally lost the tech edge and was set back by decades, he created a situation where they had to find Asians to fill the gap. Because, unfortunately, there's not enough Americans, no matter what ethnicity, white or black, there's not enough Americans being educated in mathematics and engineering, software or hardware, to enough of a degree in enough numbers where they can support the tech economy or the industry. So the end result was they had to ship it all from Asian India. They weren't getting it from China anymore. So they had to all ship it, and the Asian Indians brought with them their caste system. So San Francisco's got this caste system where at the top of the pyramid are the reflection of the ancient Brahmin caste, the nobles of ancient India. These are the Silicon Valley tech moguls. Almost none of them live in San Francisco. They have property here, but they usually live in wine country or some shit and then fly into San Francisco. Literally fly, helicopter style often, sometimes private planes, but they'll come in to do business. Then under that is the warrior caste. And the warrior caste is the professionals, the techies, the actual geeks who work with the software. And they keep the economy going. And then underneath them are this servant caste that is all the people working at Starbucks, all the people working at Grubhub, and delivering them their meals and their coffees to these tech people who live in San Francisco. All of these poor servant class don't live in San Francisco. They can't afford to. They have to drive in to work at Starbucks. And it's a bizarre situation, a bizarre economy. And then, just like in India, underneath them is the untouchables. And the untouchables are all the people who are homeless, the wretched of the earth, who literally physically break into the homes of the tech professionals, gang rape them, rob them, all that evil shit, which is why we have an SFPD, to protect the tech professionals. So this is the economy, the society of San Francisco that will, of course, be the model for the rest of the United States as these tech bros gain more and more influence, and as Asian Indian software programmers program more and more of this attitude into your expert systems, your so-called AIs. So all that being said, at the top of this pyramid, these Silicon Valley moguls, the Brahmin caste, at the top of the pyramid, that golden capstone, they discovered Parabiosis. They discovered, through the pioneering experiment of Peter Thiel, that the blood transfusions from young boys, the younger the better, will reverse aging to a degree. And this is what they have been pursuing relentlessly. Now understand that the Parabiosis has to be from boys because these are all men. There's not a single Silicon Valley female mogul of note, unfortunately. And that's why so many of these tech bros are so patriarchal. And what they're how do I say this? They're not just patriarchal. They are usually quite macho, in the sense that they have a toxic male attitude. Oh fuck! What did I just do? Okay, let me see if I can answer that. RC's ringing. Okay. Darn. How do I get back on call? Okay, so I'm still streaming, but here we are. There we are. Okay, alright. So let's call Peter Moon back. Fuck. Just, alright, alright, so this was, call me back. I've got to learn to work with my situation. There we are. Answer that. Okay, we are back on call now. And so what we need to do is to get Aristides back on call with us. What happened was Aristides sent me a notification while I'm half sick and half concentrating on trying to tell a story, and he should never have sent that notification at all. And when I acknowledged his notification, it hung up the call. So please, Aristides, when I'm in this condition, don't send me notifications. It kills everything. So we'll try and add him back to the call, and hopefully he responds. But he needs to take care of some stuff, so he's hoping I'll continue with what I'm talking about, and I'll do my best. But basically, what I was saying was at the top of the golden capstone, and that's when I got cut off. Peter?
I didn't get to the golden cap, unless you mean you're referring to the golden capstone as Silicon Valley's elite.
Yes, that's correct. When I was talking about that, and
you were talking about them.
Yes,
and you were talking about the Uber people being at the lowest end, and
yeah, thank you. Very important. The Uber people, by the way. Did you know that they went to court in a class action lawsuit, and they are declared to not be employees? That means they're total cannon fodder, that they have no rights. Did you know that? That was recent. That was recent. It was national. It was like Supreme Court shit. So just so people know, it's like a true caste system. A true caste system, and these people are truly underprivileged. The lower you are on the caste, so you already have an elite that thinks extraordinarily differently. They're not processing like you and I. They're processing as pale shadows of vampirism. And so do understand that when it comes to the okay, so Aristides is back with us, but
Am
he's
I
gonna
back?
Yes, no worries. No worries. Just
Sorry, I mean I wouldn't try to spam you. I was just letting you know that.
Oh yeah. Don't do that next time. When I'm in this condition,
right.
yeah, just don't do that next time. Just do it. Just walk the dogs.
All right.
Just walk the dogs.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Yeah. I love you dearly. Love you though. Thank you.
Yeah.
And love the dogs. Love the chihuahuas. He's got a family of 4 chihuahuas. He's got 2 with him at any time. It's like child custody or something. He and the ex switching back and forth or something. So all that being said, so what I was speaking of was the Silicon Valley elite discovered Parabiosis. Is that when I got cut off? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Through Peter Thiel, through the pioneering work of Peter Thiel.
Yes.
Among them. So with Parabiosis, it reverses the aging process to a degree, but to a degree enough where the more you engage in it and the more regularly you engage in it, the more that it will be efficacious, the more it will prove efficacious. Now, you will, of course, continue aging as a baseline human being, but your aging will be retarded. And so you will probably extend your life by 20 years is the thought process, maybe more. And they're hoping at that point they will have genetic engineering to extend it even further. So these tech bros at the golden capstone of the social pyramid intend to stay there as long as they can. That's something to take into account for the future of any concept of social development you might have for America. That being said, remember also, they are a pale shadow of vampirism, and they are more a reflection of the vampire fantasy. The vampire fantasy is based on the Middle Ages misconception of vampirism that developed at the time of the Black Plague. So at the time, this is important. It's not a tangent without meaning, and I'll make it as short as possible. But in the Middle Ages, when the Black Plague swept over Europe and killed 100 million people worldwide, just like later on, or perhaps less than that, it was never as much as what the American Army and Navy flu, the so-called Spanish influenza, killed. Just to put that in perspective for people so they understand the enormity of that, because it's an important point to be made. And we make it, of course, in our book, The Roswell Deception. the entire Spanish flu, or rather the American Army and Navy weaponized influenza, killed more people in a year than the Black Plague killed in an entire century. So that puts that into perspective for you. In fact, that so-called Spanish flu killed more people in 24 weeks than AIDS killed in 24 years. But that being said, yeah. I'm sorry, Peter? Yes.
I didn't say anything, but I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
If you'd like me to speak, I will.
Yeah.
I didn't vocalize anything.
Oh, okay. No worries. I'll turn to you soon enough. But definitely when it came to the Black Plague, the point to be made historically, that brings us back to the Silicon Valley moguls, is that at the time of the Black Plague, people knew of vampires, and of course people thought of them more like what they truly are. Not as deformed. People would think of the strigoi, as they call them in Romania, or the kind of bloated cadavers. Bloated because they're feasting on blood, but walking cadavers nonetheless. Not people with charm and personality, which true vampires really don't have much personality, but what they do have is charisma. It would be more the charisma of a physically attractive person who doesn't speak much. But the vampires have always been there, and the people knew of them in Europe. But again, what they were more familiar with was human beings who had survived a vampire attack but had contracted rabies, because vampires can carry rabies, which makes perfect sense, just like vampire bats do, or can. And every once in a while, you get a rabies outbreak. Now, when the Black Plague was sweeping Europe, of course, it really had nothing to do with vampires. It was actually part of the assault of the Mongol Empire, which was weaponizing the Asian gerbil, which was the real source of the Black Plague, not the European rat, which is around today all over Europe and spreads no Black Plague, nor did it back then. Scientists have proven this, but you can research that on your own, and we can speak of that in depth another episode. But such having been said, while the Black Plague was loose in the land and people were dying by the millions, the nobility generally survived, which is how the royal houses survived. Think of this, the royal houses survived the Black Plague and continued to rule Europe throughout the Renaissance. They became the monarchs that conquered half the world when the empires extended to the New World. And Spain and Portugal divided the earth between themselves under the kings of each nation. And then the British took their place after the sinking of the Armada. All of this, of course, shows that the royal families survived the Black Plague. How? Well, colloidal silver. And with the imbibing of too much colloidal silver, which was an antiseptic and antibiotic of its day, it discolored them. The alchemical formula was imperfect. It was something that would turn you blue after heavy, regular, chronic use. Modern doctors would call it an abuse. And as the nobility maintained their lives, but turned blue, like cadavers, the peasants began to think of them as vampires. Look at them, they're blue, they survive while all of us die. This is what led to some peasant rebellions, where pitchforks and torches took down castles. But that's where vampirism mistakenly became, well, conflated with nobility. That's where people got the idea of Count Dracula as this sophisticated, urbane gentleman, a cosmopolitan of great erudition, not just a charismatic, autistic, but somebody who could actually speak quite eloquently. All of that is where the Silicon Valley moguls are heading. The Silicon Valley moguls want to be the medieval vampire realized. The fantasy notion, historically based in the conflation of nobility with vampirism, that emerged from the days of the Black Plague. So when it comes to Silicon Valley, California, this is what you have. You have a vampire nobility of pseudo-vampires, wannabe vampires, who exist off of blood transfusion from young boys. And that begs the question, of course, why boys? So they're all men. As I said, sadly, there is no Silicon Valley mogul of note who is of the feminine persuasion. This is unforgivable, and it's a result of patriarchy and social mechanics, but it's the reality we're stuck with for now, at least. And these men do not want the blood of young girls because they don't want the estrogen. Just to give you an example of how damaging estrogen can be, the great pioneer of computer science, Turing, and maybe you can help me here, Peter. Do you remember what Alan Turing, that was his first name. I was going to ask what his first name was. Alan Turing in England was gay, and he pioneered the computer technology we use today. Tesla, of course, pioneered some aspects. Turing pioneered others. The Germans, of course, were way ahead of the game in their own right. Konrad Zuse, Z-U-S-E, was the producer of their computer. And then I.G. Fairbairn, their version of IBM, produced the magnetic tape, from which they progressed even further. They were generations ahead of the Allies, but the Allies had the work of Tesla to build upon through Alan Turing, who, from whence we get the term Turing test, by which we test whether or not a computer is truly sentient. So Alan Turing was gay, and after World War II was quote-unquote over, which of course it never ended with the Reich, we are still legally at war with the Third Reich, which is in exile, just as the nationalist government of China is in exile on my Taiwan. And that's why my Taiwan, which is considered an Axis ally of the Third Reich, is an enemy nation of your United Nations, which does not recognize my Taiwan, except as an enemy. So, all that being said, Alan Turing was punished by the British government for being gay and sentenced to estrogen treatment. So, this is like based off of the hormones from girls, and this estrogen treatment he was subjected to for being gay gave him tits. And by the time he either killed himself or was poisoned by British intelligence to shut him up forever, he had boobs the size of Mamie Van Doren's. I mean, like porn star tits. Poor son of a bitch. And, of course, it had other health effects such as generating major depression. It's a terror. Of course, if I were a man and I developed boobs that big, I could probably adapt because I've been cross-dressing all my life, but I wouldn't be happy about it. So when it comes to Alan Turing, he was never a cross-dresser. He was just gay. And, well, I think what I've told you is already enough for you to understand why estrogen is a bad deal for men. So they don't want the blood of young girls in their bodies, and as a result, they accept only young men. And this can create a problem in its own right. It's like our dear man Samuel Romero asked me here on Bandwidth, months and months ago, about what would happen if I were to, get blood transfusions via the Parabiosis by straight young men rather than gay young men. And I said, well, first of all, you'd lose all your hair because of all the testosterone input. And he said, I got that covered. Yes, he's as bald as Vin Diesel. But otherwise, I said, you'd be extraordinarily angry all the time Just to give people an example of what can happen with straight boys' blood, when I was attending all those years of auditing medical journalism courses through the Osher Lifelong Institute for Extended Education via the UCSF, University of California at San Francisco, while I was care provider for my parents and trying to advocate for them through, with the best of my abilities, I learned as much as possible about medicine. And we had one lecture in which the MD brought up testosterone. And he brought up, if you take a look at your average mammal, where in mammals, the battle for survival through mating ritual and combat for mates is probably most pronounced than in almost any other species. From rhinos charging at each other with their horns, evolving their horns specifically to do combat for that purpose, to deer, elk, moose, developing these incredible antlers so they could ram each other, butt each other's heads, to rams literally charging each other head on. The mammalian male is outstandingly aggressive, especially when it comes to sex. So when it comes to human beings, if you measure their testosterone compared to the great apes or any other primates and any other mammal, rhinoceri and rams, the very peak of this kind of masculine aggression when it comes to sexual territoriality, the one thing humans had going for them that enabled them to survive these much more powerful animals throughout the millions of years it took them to become human beings as we are now. Well, you are now, not me. The factor that assisted humanity was the fact that men, for whatever reason, well, obvious, the reasons are obvious, a human being is a naked ape without claws and has no protection from the elements and is essentially a weak sister by any definition. There's hardly an animal on Earth that couldn't take humanity down. So, in response, nature evolved for humanity an overdose of aggression through an overproduction in the human male of testosterone. So when you compare human testosterone levels to the levels of any other mammal, great ape, rhinoceri, etc., tigers, all the rest, human testosterone levels are orders of magnitude higher. They're just literally through the roof. And when I asked the doctor, how is it that with that level of aggression to rape and thereby reproduce, to kill and thereby eliminate our competitors for rape, how is it that these human beings are, not out in the streets committing mass murder and rapine right now? And he said they would be if it weren't for other men that we hire with guns to keep them in line. And the fact is, he said my question was not the right question. The real question is, how did we ever stop killing and raping each other long enough to even civilize ourselves to the point where we would have forces of men with guns to keep the rest of the men in line, so that we're not all out in the streets raping and killing each other in an endless cycle of ferocity? How did we ever civilize ourselves to the point where he could deliver this lecture at all? It's almost impossible to conceive that we ever accomplished this. How did we ever get the discipline to get to the point where somebody could even study the phenomenon of why we were so murderously aggressive? To the point where humans would, kill each other by the millions. So the reality is that if you're going to get a straight young man and or group of them to source your blood from, because you never want to overuse one source. That's why the Silicon Valley moguls collect harems of boys. You would wind up a psychopathic, frenzied, hairless, maniac. That's so to prevent that. What the Silicon Valley moguls have discovered is they've isolated the preferable blood source as gay boys. The gay boys don't have that level of testosterone. They don't produce it. And the interesting thing about gay boys is their availability. In other words, when I grew up in the Tenderloin, I grew up surrounded by child boy prostitutes. We had what was called Chicken Hawk Lane in San Francisco, where these hustlers, as they called them, would walk the streets to pick up Johns. Their sheer numbers, their availability was based on the fact that their parents would reject them the moment they were found out to be gay. Now, this phenomenon is something that bears expressing because it talks about why the blood boys are even available. The interesting thing, or the horrible thing, what's tragic and inexplicable, to me at least, as a vampire, I don't understand you humans at all. One of the things I've noticed, working with Michael Aquino in the Department of Defense, encountering the uncle of Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, with all of the mass murderous psychotics I've dealt with all my life, either feral ones in the Tenderloin or professional ones in the U.S. military, one thing I can tell you is that once a man is found out to be a murderer, a child rapist, a pedophile, he could be raping babies. The one thing I know is their families, especially their parents, will still say, I love you. They'll rationalize anything to enable a serial killer. They will defend him in a court of law and lie for him, even though to the serial killer, they're nothing but dupes and useful idiots by which to fool the jury into letting him get back to his predations. And the pedophiles are the same way. The pedophile will come home with an ankle bracelet, but his mother will say, it's all a mistake. He just loves children because he can't get along with adults. Could never get along with adults. He's maladjusted emotionally. He never developed maturity. He's frozen at a arrested stage of development and can only relate to other kids because he's emotionally and intellectually a child himself. All this will be lies, lying to themselves, that they make up so that they can rationalize and justify their housing and enabling a pedophile. But whatever happens, even if the person is imprisoned, they'll visit them in jail, and through that glass window, they'll tell them, I love you. They could be on death row, ultimately being served out their sentence, and the parents will say, I love you. But the moment parents find out their child is gay, it's, get out of my sight, I disown you, get out of my house, I don't love you anymore. I don't love you anymore. How can someone turn something like that off is beyond me. They'll maintain it for pedophiles and serial killers, but the moment the child is found out to be gay, the switch goes on that your love is gone because you won't have grandchildren, that your line won't be carried on anymore. I mean, personally, as a vampire, I would think most of you don't deserve to have your bloodlines carried on anyway. But, such being said, it's beyond me how you can stop loving someone. This is what happens to all these gay kids, and they all wound up as child prostitutes in the Tenderloin, or a great deal of them did. And their equivalents are all over the world. And tragically, many of them are simply victims. A good example is a young Russian boy that was adopted fairly recently by Sugar Daddy from Russia. Even in wartime, he was a victim of being raped by his coach. And once his coach raped him, then the coach said, "Oh, the boy seduced me. He's gay." And the boy was targeted for punishment and was smuggled out of Russia with Sugar Daddy's resources and is now one of our blood boys. These blood boys are accommodated, they're educated until the age of 18 with very expensive or highly paid professional tutors in the sciences and the arts. I tutor them in history, which is basically considered a liberal art, in case you did not know. And therefore, nobody's asking of myself the qualifications they ask for the tutors who teach chemistry or the sciences, mathematics, for instance. These are all accredited and highly credentialed. They're certified. I'm the only one tutor the Blood Boys have who's not certified, because when the Department of Education of the state of California investigates, and Sugar Daddy has informed him, yeah, here's the tutor for physics and science, and here's one for chemistry, here's the one for mathematics. Oh yeah, we got this history guy, and they'll just wave their hands and say, I'm not interested in the guy teaching history. It's a non-issue to them. They really don't care. This is to their fault. This is why your society is so fucked up. This is how you developed a caste system under an Asian wave of Asian Indians who are instilling in you a medievalist system from which you might never escape. All because you don't care about history and dismiss it as a liberal art. That's like the biological sciences were considered the soft sciences, and that what separated the men from the boys was the hard mathematics of physics, then chemistry. This elitism is what led Hirohito, a marine biologist, to win the war. That soft science that was dismissed is what gave him the ultimate weapon. Yet the Americans propagandized it was their mechanical or applied physical mechanical atomic bombs, which of course were invented by the Axis anyway, as argued by Einstein himself. It was his letter to Roosevelt that led to the entire project, which led to the plutonium bomb, which was domestically produced as opposed to the uranium bomb, which was produced by the Axis. Just buy the book The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II for all the information on that. Now, all such being said, our numbers are very high now, and I turn it over to Peter. Of course, there's probably still some questions as to how I get access to the blood. I guess I'd better answer that. It was a combination of my son, my security work with Sugar Daddy that led to his trust in me, and then the insinuation of myself through my son as the tutor of the Blood Boys in history. And of course, as you can imagine, I'm the most popular tutor. One of the reasons is exactly what Peter already explained. When I take their blood, I don't take it through transfusion. I take it by imbibing. I sup their blood. We prefer the term sup to suck. So it's S-U-P. I sup their blood. And when I do so, what they get in exchange for basically their blood, biochemically, is basically my saliva, which of course acts as not only an antibiotic or an astringent, more correctly, but also as something that in turn provides them a state of ecstasy. This is how vampires have worked throughout evolution, and that's how they keep their victims from struggling. I don't mind using the term victim. That's what most vampire food sources are, after all. So I do want to say that when it comes to vampirism, and you might ask how it works, we have the book. We will revise and expand it. But, of course, the thing that you need to be made aware of is the ecstatic experience of the dimethyltryptamine that is a natural product of my glands. So my glands produce dimethyltryptamine, which is endogenous, it's bodily produced, and it produces a well-nigh psychedelic effect in these young blood boys who are not my victims, they're my volunteers. And they enjoy the experience immensely, and it's another reason why I'm so popular. So I'm also there by popular demand of the blood boys themselves. They absolutely fucking love me. Of course, I do want to clarify, for those of you who are new to all this and just don't get it and might assume something, I'm not having sex with any of them. This has nothing to do with the legality of it. Obviously, I didn't care about the legality or the social morality of purchasing the young lady who I intended to be my wife off the streets. She was certainly under legal age at that time. We don't even know what age she was because she had no birth certificate or any ID. And was going to be deported if I hadn't simply subsumed her into our own underworld of the Chinese tongs, the Chinese gangs, which helped me to raise her by providing shelter and a job, prostitution, where she was allowed to keep the majority of her earnings, which ultimately were expended on the sex change that made her more attractive to Sugar Daddy, who was gay. Now, again, how are so many of these moguls gay? Why are so many of them gay? Well, in a sense, you are what you eat. Of course, you're not. A shark can eat all the minnows in the sea and never become one. He still stays a shark. I drink these young lads' blood, and they're a food source, and I digest their blood. So I don't get the gayness, the gay effect. But the transfusions, which go directly into the veins of the Silicon Valley moguls, well, what happens is enough of those transfusions, and they get them regularly, and they all turn gay. That's the statistical fact. So that's what you're going to be dominated by, a cabal of gay vampires, or pseudo wannabe vampires. These tech bros act macho in overcompensation just to fool you. They're all fucking queer. Why do you think the muskrat Elon Musk has so many kids by so many wives and has never fucked any of them? He's only produced maybe 1 or 2 natural kids that were his own. But if I were that wealthy and I wanted kids, why not enjoy the process of making them? Instead, they give you this bullshit about, well, he's too big a man and too important and has too little time to be wasting his time having sex. That's why he pays these women an enormous amount of money and supports them for the rest of their lives so that they can send their children to good schools via his sperm, impregnating them, or rather in vitro fertilization that impregnates the carriers. It's not even them, they're just the adaptive mothers. None of this process is necessary. You just pull out your dick and you use it. So we know one thing. He's fucking gay. Of course, the arguments are, oh, the kid with the Grimes girl, Grimes, the little rock cultist, that's his real kid. They're inseparable. He carries him with him everywhere, which he does, as if this, you'd think the kid was the master mutant from Total Recall and shit. But all of that being said, so what? If he can get it up and produce 1 or 2 kids, why not do it all the time with all the rest of them? You'd think it'd be an enjoyable process. It's one of the things money can buy that would be the cherry on top of success. Some of what makes success worthwhile, right? But no, he's fucking gay. So they all are, and they all overcompensate with this anti-gay, homophobic, transphobic bullshit. It's all in this extraordinarily desperate attempt to hide the fact from you that they're queer as $3 bills. And that's because of all the blood they get from young men they adapt and hopefully treat as well as Sugar Daddy. Sugar Daddy treats his boys, or rather my boys at this point as well, our boys, we can say. My food source, and again, just to clarify, I don't play with my meals. I can't imagine you people who eat pigs and cows and chickens and ducks. I mean, do you fuck any of those animals before you eat them? That wouldn't make any sense. This conflation of vampirism, lust, bloodlust, with actual sexual lust is a romantic conflation. It's a construct. It's a fantasy. It's not real. And it makes no sense. But beyond that, it probably goes a long way towards explaining the Western problem of overweight. Okay, that having been expressed and clarified, back to Peter. So, Peter, by all means, large number of people here now, please take it away.
Well, you've given a very, very extensive answer, and I'm sure everybody appreciates it. Could you please look and see if you've received any more contributions?
Oh, thank you. I'll do that, and then I'll try and refresh myself and leave the stage to you for at least a few minutes.
It's my time has come.
Yes. Oh my God, and it's midnight now. Holy shit.
But go ahead and check first.
Yes. Nothing new that I can see. I am looking. Give me a chance just to make sure. And going back to the other box where I would receive such notifications. No, nothing new since. But hopefully we earn something once the show is published. I'm going to refresh myself now and leave the stage to you for a few minutes, but I'll be back as soon as possible, okay?
Sure.
I won't be able to hear you, but when I come back, I'll let you know, and as soon as I'm back, you and I can save whatever you want me to hear from you until I get back, okay?
Yeah, how long will you be gone?
It won't be long, I hope. It should only be a few minutes. I'm just going to refresh myself. It just, I don't feel like voiding myself yet, so so I'll be back, okay?
Oh.
Okay, and Aristides
here.
is with us. Oh, bless you. Love you dearly, Aristides. Thank you so much. Okay, you're in good hands, Peter, and everybody listening, you're in the best of hands with these two gentlemen. Thank you all for gathering tonight. Okay, over to Peter.
Okay, if anybody has some more donations, as much as $50, I'll go into I'll stay a while and reveal some more information on my end. But if anybody does that for Douglas, and otherwise I'll just go to bed. And but Aristides, did you get a clear idea? I don't know if you heard all that. If you heard his answer,
I did.
Did it give you a clearer idea of what's going on with him, or did you kind of?
Yeah. I mean, I basically knew all that or most of it, just from listening for this long. But he did he tie it together very well. With there's always both of you guys. I see a lot of times you get into it. You just kind of weave a new thread, and even though it's stuff we talked about, it's like really making the comparisons and maybe some new comparisons.
Well, yeah, exactly how he was able to facilitate the acquisition. That's what I was curious. Like, how did he ingratiate himself with Sugar Daddy, which I think he really covered. Yeah. This is a very strange culture. It's certainly not something they're going to talk about on CNN or Fox News.
But it's believable that these people, this environment has this underworld, then beyond the public face,
Well, of course, yeah. This is all about an underworld, and everything I've dealt with is about the underworld, because this is what influences instances such as the Montauk Project and such other fun and games, if I dare call it that.
Right.
So, I think he did a very good job tonight. And
Exactly. So,
and explaining the this tech bro world probably better than ever before. That's what I got out of it.
yeah, it to me, it's almost like I feel like I could do a whole, separate study and, do a more disciplined reporting of it, et cetera, et cetera. But it's,
well, that's the problem with this kind of research, is that you can go on so many tangents and digressions, and each one could become a book or a show unto itself.
well, yes. And as they say, I'm working on something else, and it's like, so in this current environment, one would, want to, doing podcasts and have their own podcasts and saying like and subscribe, which is really not what I want to be doing. And of course, one thing I've noticed, I've watched some podcasts on the Trump assassination, and what I'm noticing more and more, the more I watch them, how horrible they are. It's like I would rather watch Fox or CNN because they know how to make a coherent narrative.
Right.
Whether the narrative is false or not, these people's communication skills and they're glossing over important things. It's very similar to what Ian West just kind of paused off. And by the way,
what sources are you talking about?
Basically,
this spam conspiracy world, like you're saying. I think it's just anybody can just put up a
But
page,
podcaster are so unprofessional. It's offensive, and sometimes people will put together a cohesive narrative, but it's like, what's the point? It's what's the point? And then sometimes it's just clickbait, which becomes very offensive in itself. And because people do a channel, they've got to keep getting attention to maintain the channel. It becomes a vested interest.
Okay, so I'm back. Just letting you know I'm back.
All right. So what I was saying is, if anybody, gave anything as much as $50, I'd go into a new narrative and share some more information.
Understood. Nothing new since I came back. Yeah.
I didn't really know or expect, but then if that happens, I can give some more information, which is
Thank you.
Some stuff that's really been stunning to me, because it's like this is a time when a lot's going to be revealed to me. So I'm told by astrology, not by an astrologer, but by general astrology
itself. Yes.
Yeah, and I was kind of shocked because it didn't come from the area I would have expected it to come from. But nevertheless, and who knows what will happen in Romania. But I want to encourage people to donate to Douglas. Let me know. I'll save anything. If we get some more money for you, I'll respond in the next show. And
I'm sure there will be before Wednesday. And you've been wonderful tonight. So are you going to stick with us a few more minutes, or are you going to retreat into the night now that it's midnight?
I'm pretty sleepy. I don't. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to share that's, just that, just that I have finished the book and I'm just doing the epilogue, which is just kind of.
It's so exciting. This is profound. Yeah.
And then I have to go back and reread it and include, photos.
Yes.
To the degree
that we find any new ones and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like I can put a picture of Wewelsburg in there for or the inside of Wewelsburg where Aquino did the ritual if I want to do that sort of thing.
Excellent.
But and there are already some photos in the existing things. I do not have a page count on it. I named it all, and I would say that, man, I said I was working on this last chapter, that for a long time. And I've broken that into 3 chapters,
Yes.
which, if my memory serves correct, ended up as 14, 24, I think 28 pages.
Wow.
The 12 of, you know, it would have been a 28-page chapter, so I broke it up into, you know, I think 10, 14, and 4 or something like that. So it just makes it a little easier to follow.
Right.
And that was basically, you know, part 2 of the Vox Arca. Part 1 was earlier in the book, which we covered the first part of it, and I had to string a lot of different things. And of course, when I go through and read it again, I'll try and improve if it's necessary. You know, enhance. I want to enhance what's already written.
Yes.
You know, this is an amazing book. I'm in a position where I spent so much time on it that it's kind of like, okay, it doesn't amaze me anymore. It's just become, you know, second nature knowledge.
I get it. Yeah.
It's unique knowledge. It's occult knowledge, and I've encountered the occult ever since I began, you know, studying Aleister Crowley as a result of my interest in L. Ron Hubbard and his interest in the occult. So I became, I guess, facile in the area of the occult, applying what I did from Scientology, and where I began to actually get traffic and motion and movement, which, you know, led me to Montauk, led me to eventually to Romania. And what I will say, the John Dee, who was an incredible facilitator of occultism, was arguably the most knowledgeable man, Renaissance man, most highly educated man of his day, which is accentuated or symbolized by the fact that he had, you know, the biggest library in the world, the known world, except for Vatican or something like that. Huge library, which he called the Incunabula. He had all this knowledge, and it was scientific knowledge. You know, he was very knowledgeable about geometry. And when you get to a certain point of the summarized knowledge of the world. Now, keep in mind, in those days, we had universities. University meant you had a universal knowledge. You studied, you know, you studied all the subjects at the university. You had a universal knowledge. You didn't specialize like today. You can specialize. You can't learn it. There's too much knowledge. I mean, that's been the case for a long time. You know, you study medicine, you study law, you study archaeology, you study history, you study philosophy, biology, and then all the divisions of biology, veterinaryism, medicine. You know, I mean, it's like there was one time when a doctor was a doctor, and he wasn't just a doctor of medicine; he was a doctor of everything.
Yes.
And this is the way it was, but the point of it is he had reached as much knowledge as he possibly could. And then he graduated into what you would call meta-knowledge, which came to him as the language of the angels, and it came with its accompanying issues, if not problems.
Yes.
So, and of course, what I learned in Scientology, the basic fundamental of Scientology is a long definition of the word, but one thing that was readily stated in the materials was knowing how to know. This science of knowledge is epistemology, which you could go blue in the face studying epistemology and, you know, become very, you know, it's like somebody who studies epistemologies, I would think would be very full of air in their head. I've never met anybody who had a degree in epistemology. So, but that's just, it's like, what do you know?
What the fuck is epistemology?
Yes, define it, please, for our listeners. And I hope you noticed Aristides entered a very good image of Wewelsberg Castle. I don't know if you have that interior image in your own collection, Peter. If he could send it to you via email, then you could download it. Oh, send it to him via email.
I could download it if he puts it in here.
Yeah.
But epistemology is basically the study of the nature of knowledge. It's pretty simple.
Keep in mind, when you go to a university and you get a PhD, that stands for Doctor of Philosophy, and you just think about the essence of that, what the words are,
Yeah.
I mean, you really do doctor.
Of course, philosophy is supposed to be the love of wisdom, but epistemology is a concentrated study of knowledge and the nature of knowledge. But basically, what I was alluding to was knowing how to know, and knowledge is being certain. And being certain is understanding, predictable ratio. Like, you can be, how certain are you that you're going to wake up in the morning and, bed's going to be there, the light switch is going to be there, the living room's going to be there, the street outside's going to be there. This is a fact of knowledge, and there are certain things that repeat, whereby you can see indicators, you can see trends. One thing I played with, and I didn't do it very long, watching a baseball game, I could say, oh, this guy's going to get a hit. Oh, the pitcher's going to up here. The pitcher's going to hit. And I was right, every time. I just looked at the body language. I did it a handful of times. I wasn't trying to do it as a test of myself. I just said, look at, he looks like he's going to get a hit. No, he doesn't look like he's going to get a hit. No, the pitcher looks like he's in control here. It's just like subtle things.
Wow.
I mean, that's a sort of an intuitive, or looking at what's available knowledge. And Douglas met my friend Doug when the first time I met him, and I remember I loved to watch baseball games with Doug. We went to handfuls of games when I lived in California, and I remember sitting there and with him in San Francisco, and I think it was a doubleheader, and I remember 3 times we're sitting there, and just before the pitch, he goes, home run.
Wow.
Home run. He called it 3 times.
Wow.
You could just tell. And he felt it, It's just something you feel. And here he is sitting in a stand of, over 30,000, 40,000 people, and, he just like, boom, I can, why can't these, if these professional players who are so good, why couldn't they tell? Well, obviously the batter could tell because he knew he was going to get a fat pitch. But anyway, knowledge, I was going to say, Scientology was defined as knowing how to know.
Mm-hmm.
And that can just be hot air to somebody. It can just go in one area, I want to know how to know. And so people think that they, one of the most insulting things that was ever said to me, and it wasn't insulting me, it was insulting herself, as my ex-wife said. Somebody came up, she says, what do we know? What do we know? Which she was referring to Scientology. I said, we don't know anything. I told her, we don't know anything. I said, I know something, you know something, but we don't know. Scientology is not a system where you're supposed to, we all know that, it becomes a belief. It's just like, it's a belief. It's just a belief. And I would say, practically the whole of Scientology falls apart by going into a belief rather than a knowledge system. You know, and it's not supposed to be that way. And I see how, you know, it's why I became, you know, so divorced from, you know, the people, because it's knowledge. But back to what I was saying about John D.
By the way, we got $100 at least via check in the mail from Holly Coditis Kiefer. Just got the notification for that.
Okay, I will then share what I was going to share. Thank you, Holly. Whether it was in conjunction with that or not, because I know Holly contributes to it, but I will share it.
Yes.
And I'll do that momentarily. I'll stay a little longer. But what I was going to say with John D, when you hit knowledge, like I'm not personally in a position to, you know, go study all the subjects that John D studied. Never want to. You know, I just have my own, you know, follow my own path. Which, but in the case of John D, when you get all that academic knowledge, then you go up to the next rung, spiritual knowledge.
Yes.
And then that's what Scientology called the seventh dynamic, the dynamic of spirits, living through spirits.
Yes.
Now, spirits are good, spirits are bad, spirits are nuanced, and boy, this is one hell of a challenge. I mean, when you get to the frontier of knowledge, you've mastered your living situation, you've mastered your organization that you work with, you've got a lot of knowledge, you're respected in the community, you've, you know, dealing with the environment in a positive way, and then you're dealing with spirits. And if you looked at the Democrats and the Republicans from a spiritual angle, and you could do a whole study on them. You could approach them. You could pray for them. And you see, Trump's got the Republicans, not just Trump, they've got this whole Christian egregore, meaning a group of aggregate of spirits, and aggregate of energy. They're very much into this Christian stuff, and it bridges into the Judaic stuff. The Democrats are coming from another angle, and to basically track back and answer Douglas's question before you asked about neo-pagans in Transylvania.
Yes.
You know, the Orthodox Church, and just to clarify for those of you, Orthodox is often confused as Greek Orthodox. The Greeks are probably the most famous Orthodox Church, but Orthodox Church is just sort of the original church that schismed with Catholicism, or the Catholicism schism from it. And you have Russian, Greek, Romanian, Syrian, and other Orthodox churches.
Mm-hmm.
That Egyptian, which is kind of Coptic, but they're all churches, and they don't have a pope. They have original Orthodoxy.
Right.
And in Romania, you have Old Orthodox and New Orthodox. The Old Orthodox being more pure. And they were the ones that hosted me on my first trip to Transylvania. But the Romanian people are inundated with the Orthodox Church. They believe in it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Pagan, the only place I've seen any neo-paganism
Mm-hmm.
is there's a website called Transylvania Rising.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very Woodstockian. But, you know, you saw, I mean, I assume the people would be there at least half naked. You know, I got that kind of vibe, and it was like a big festival. That looked like it.
So rationale for an orgy.
No. And even the pagan festivals I attended here in Western New York were not orgy. There were not orgies at all.
Okay.
There were, you know, plenty of naked or half naked people, but they weren't orgiastic at all.
Okay.
They were, because the paganism is the religion.
Yeah.
And what you see is a tremendous freedom from the Christian egregore. Freedom from the Christian egregore. And it's really quite a relief to just feel no slavish devotion to Christianity.
Yeah. Yes.
And of course, not all by any means, but many pagans are gay because they're accepted that way.
Mm.
I wouldn't even say the majority of them, but they're not, whatever. But that answers your question. I mean, the gypsies, the one thing about gypsies are not traditionally Christian because they're traditionally the matriarchy.
Right.
But they can integrate that stuff. They can integrate ancient knowledge. Although most of the gypsies, I've encountered at least one gypsy lady who was very knowledgeable. I mean, we didn't get very deeply into it, but I think there's all sorts of different gypsies. But anyway, that attracts back the question. And now I'm going to say something. I got in touch today. I alluded to the fact. I finally talked to this friend of mine that I have not seen in 40 years.
Wow.
And I met him in Hollywood when he was a young kid. He was joining the Sea Org in Scientology. And then I followed him to the ship. In the Apollo, I returned to the Apollo. It was his first time. We knew each other. He was always so friendly to me. Like, he was very happy to see a familiar face, and we're friends. And I didn't really interact with him on the ship, but then when we moved to Florida, we sat at the same table to eat, and we became very close friends. And we hung out a lot together. And I really forgot what close friends we were. I mean, how close we were. We were. I remember he took me to the movie Logan's Run.
Wow. Oh, how was that? I mean, the experience.
Well, he was just saying it's a good movie. Let's go see it. And he was like, yeah, Santos was a good movie. Did I take you to a good movie? Yeah, you did. Logan's Run, it was a great movie.
It is. Yes.
Especially for its time.
Yeah, very much ahead of its time. It was pioneering. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. And but then after about a year, he went off into the desert of California, and he actually became very close with Hubbard. And I talked to him for the first time in 40 years. He's so happy to be in touch with me. It's just like, wow, because we were, we used to tell jokes together. We had just such a good time. Now, he worked with Hubbard. Now, I knew he worked with Hubbard. I knew that. And I remember him visiting Clearwater. He came back to Clearwater, and he said, he says, it is such a incredible experience to work with Ron. He's so humorous. He's so friendly. He's so good. And, it's like he really sold me on what I already thought about Hubbard.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I had another friend who I recently connected with, and she was. I was doing I guess what you call a session on an e-meter with her. It was an auditing session, and we got to know each other, and we were just kind of stunned when we met each other at what a common understanding we had of Hubbard, because she used to serve him food, and she had all sorts of just conversations with him, and a total different impression than most people would have. And of course, it all made sense to me. Made perfect sense to me. And it was all very positive. It accentuated my own experiences. Keep in mind, and she had a great deal of respect for me, because I used to write his letters.
Right.
And she had appreciation of that. Now, Hubbard was many multifaceted character. Now, this particular individual friend of mine, I found out for the first time. I did not know. Now, I know he worked with him. I knew we had a falling out with him, but I did not know that he worked with him day in and day out, that he wrote technical bulletins for Hubbard, which Hubbard would, of course, read and approve. But he was writing and doing all this work. Now, all of that work that he did was credited to the technical czar, David Mayo, who never gave this friend of mine any credit for it. They worked together on it. So he was but he was also involved with pretty much everything that was not management. He had no superior in the organization, and basically he could have taken over and done he was doing what David Miscavige did. David Miscavige answered to him. He could have been David Miscavige.
Well,
he could have stepped in and done this had he chosen to stay. He could have. He had far more authority than Miscavige. He was dealing with keeping Hubbard's wife out of jail and this sort of thing. And he was more than Hubbard's right-hand man.
well, and why was Hubbard's wife facing jail? I forget.
Well, in 1977, the FBI raided the church in Hollywood and the church in Washington, D.C. And they confiscated all these documents. And there was a box, I think it was a black box, on the Deputy Guardian United States office in the Hollywood building, pending help, and he was supposed to take that box home with him every night, and he didn't take it home, and that had incriminating information on Hubbard's wife in her own handwriting.
How'd they punish that guy?
Oh, he ended up going to jail.
Yeah. Wow.
So basically, but I will say this about the case. They were conspiring to, they were infiltrating offices, the IRS office, and basically trying to get files on Scientology to show that the government was discriminating against the church, which they were.
Mm-hmm.
And actually what happened is there was no trial. There was the Scientology 9, they called them, including Mary Sue, they signed a stipulation basically saying we're guilty of these things. It was a stipulation. And then they went to, jail, but rather than to avoid a trial and worse punishment. I asked, the dean of the law school at St. John's, who I used to play football with, and he said, I've never heard of the stipulation. It's unprecedented. In other words, it wasn't like a formal I mean, it wasn't even like a formal. It was called a stipulation. It was very weird, but nevertheless, she served, I think, 4 years, but I think it was less than that. I think that she got, up with good behavior in a country club prison.
Okay.
Very suited. Very suited.
Interesting.
And some of the guys were put in a Washington, D.C. jail, a prison. And now when you're white,
Jesus.
put at jail and it's all black, it's not too. The judge did it on purpose.
Disgusting. I mean, the malevolence of it. The malevolence of it.
Yeah, but they hated Scientology, and I even heard that the Judge Ritchie, who used to see prostitutes, and of course the church exposed this, and and it's not uncommon for judges to see prostitutes, but according to what I heard the people say, I wasn't privy to it, but the way they described it is the judge would go, "Oh, Mary Sue, poor Mary Sue." He'd like mock her.
Yeah, Jesus.
But so what? This is. But anyway, that's a side trip. Anyway, he was dealing with Hubbard, and he said that, and he spoke of him to me in such glowing terms the last time I saw him. And he said that Hubbard, he says, once he got past the charisma of, being in the presence of the quote unquote Son of God, he said that Hubbard had lost his mind.
Wow.
He had lost his mind, and that's kind of, he said that Hubbard, now this is, for me, this is getting it from the horse's mouth. He was and is a dear friend of mine, and we're just opening the doors because he's like, he's a doctor now. He's got a very successful business, which I won't go into. He deals with trauma victims.
Jesus.
Not psychologically, but physically.
Wow.
Like he could have helped you in that 911 thing if you lived in his town. But the thing is that Hubbard had, well, let me go back. In 1975, when I was on the ship, Hubbard suffered a heart attack. That was not advertised to the crew.
Right.
But it was told he went into the hospital. He went into the hospital. This is in the town of Willemstad in Curacao, which is an island just north of Venezuela. We were parked there from, I think, most of August all the way through October 15th.
Wow.
And we sailed eventually up to the Bahamas and began to unload the ship. But that was a special crew of us. Many of the people had flown to Florida and set up a base in Daytona Beach. But I was on the ship for that. And anyway, Hubbard was on the island of Curacao. It would have been the month of August 1975. And he checked into the hospital. Actually, I think he was taken to the hospital by his assistant, Kima Douglas, and he'd had a heart attack. And what seemed to prompt the heart attack, from what I understand, and I certainly heard this at the ship, I heard his son-in-law screaming by the telex machine. He says, we're being kicked out of every port. We can't, Kissinger is telexing every port.
Right.
Not at the Scientology ship dock.
Wow.
And the only way we got to dock or stay in Curacao was by contracting with a local contractor to renovate Lower Hold Number 1. which was and they put all these bunk beds in there, you know, nice, and it was just an excuse to keep the ship there.
Yeah.
Until, because you don't sail in those days, hurricane season would be over mid-October, so we waited till October 15th. Nowadays hurricanes go any old time.
Yeah.
Into November, but back then hurricane stops, you would sail mid-October. And then Hubbard had the heart attack. He went into the hospital for a week or so. His wife followed him into the hospital. That she was checking herself out too. I don't think she was sick. I think she was just trying to make it look good. I really don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But they came back on the ship, and everything, you know. But we were. I think we had already been planning to move to land.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember, you know, going on a Liberty in Willemstad and talking with one of my friends. She was my Japanese friend, and thinking that, you know, I was thinking Hubbard might not make it. But I said, there's such an abundance of, I guess, things to learn here that it didn't matter.
Right.
It didn't matter. So anyway, he said that, and so anyway, Hubbard had a heart attack then.
Mm-hmm.
I experienced a consistency with him. I had an experience of consistency with him. There was a lot of stuff that went down that had nothing to do with me. And the way I experienced consistency with him was by embracing him and rejecting the rest of the crew. Very, very stern. And because the rest of the crew, or at least the management organization, was not abiding by the rules.
Right.
And I'll never forget when I got back to the ship, they did an abusive security check on me. It was abusive.
Jesus.
I'm not going to go into the details.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't like physically abusive. It was psychologically abusive.
Right. I mean, it was offensive in and of itself.
Yeah, and it was done improperly. And if you were in Scientology and you were doing technical procedures on me, I was the last person you wanted to do improper technical things on, because I knew the procedures.
Right. Yes.
And I wrote to him directly, and he immediately responded with a whole investigation of the entire technical unit. And they were not, you know, and he had me repaired on that by a very skilled auditor.
Right.
Who came in, dealt with all the negative psychological ramifications, and completely, and
I remember you said you felt like you were floating at that time.
that was a different time.
Oh, okay.
But I was floating there. It was very good, and that, you know, was just one of the things that encouraged me to go and petition to work in his office,
Right.
which was accepted. And when I worked in his office, I did not have to deal with any of these management characters, and I was treated with much concern and respect. You know, I actually even physically was introduced to him a few days later, or a week later.
And this was, of course, before your friend met him and said he had lost his mind.
No, this is well before that.
Yeah, right.
Well before that.
Right.
Now, Hubbard knew who I was,
Right.
but I was formally introduced to him.
Right.
And, you know, working in his office. But then that was 1975. And then when we moved to Clearwater in December 1975, and then let me see, Hubbard was around for about 6 months in the town north of Clearwater called Dunedin, and he then he went off to Washington D.C. and ended up in L.A. and you know, in the desert near Indio, which is, people might recognize Palm Springs more. Indio is closer to where they were, but then when he was out in the desert about 1978, he had I think a stroke. I think that might have been the aggravation of some of the court cases. I really don't know. Plus, he was old.
Yeah.
You know, he was
how old?
78. He would have been 67.
Okay, well, that's not old.
It was older then than it is now.
Yeah, true.
And Hubbard wasn't in the best of physical shape.
Right.
It wasn't horrible. I mean, you know, when you saw him around, you know, but he had his physical ailments and whatnot. And then he had a major incident in 1978, which he was repaired. They repaired him with Scientology. David Mail was flown out from Clearwater and then became his auditor. He credited Mail with saving his life. And then they began to write up these new technical issues, which my friend got involved with as well. He was like literally his right-hand man. And much more so than I knew. Well, we've got a lot of history to share. And we're both very excited. We'll be talking tomorrow again.
Well, this is exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course,
will he be able to join us on the show on Wednesday night?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't. He's had a very low profile. He doesn't need or want attention. And I'm still introducing him. I mean, he's just going to watch some of the videos I sent him about my work to get a handle on it.
Right.
You know, we just kind of covered basic. You know, we spoke for about 40 minutes today. But what he said was that Hubbard would, you know, I guess he would bring, you know, write a bulletin or something, and Hubbard would look at it and say, wait, this is, I want you to do an investigation. This is improper. This is not per Scientology technical procedure. You see, find a son of a bitch who wrote this. I want you to do an investigation. Find a son of a bitch.
Wow.
And we take care of this guy. And so he'd go do an investigation, and he'd actually find the quote unquote son of a bitch was Hubbard, and it was even in his own handwriting.
Wow.
And he said there were several instances of this and stuff like that. And he said Hubbard had clearly lost his mind.
Oh, so sad.
Lost his mind. And what also, and this is one of the things that disappointed me with Scientology when I first got involved. And the richness of Scientology was in, not exclusively, but the richness was in what were called the grades or the levels. The first, 4 levels, level 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, which dealt with what were called rudiments, which people's upsets, discreditable acts, sudden changes, and mechanisms that make other people wrong and assert one's self-rightness in a very negative way.
Right.
and then this is a quick overview, but those things are very rich. They are the basic components of what goes wrong in life. And there's a million ways to skin a cat, and you would learn all these different procedures. And when you properly audited people on those, you would just get joy. It would just like bring the whole world, would become like, is better than Christmas.
Wow.
Is better than Christmas. A good Christmas anyway, not a Scrooge Christmas or whatever. and those were the richness. And, you know, it really took some, you know, acumen to do it. The average Scientologist was not trained in these things. They weren't.
Yeah.
Because the average Scientologist didn't really do what they were supposed to do. These were the skilled people that did it or knew it. And so that was the richness. But what they would do is, as an organization, they would not focus on the gold.
Mm-hmm.
They'd focus on the, you know, unimportant things.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost like an Edomite faction.
Wow.
That's ingrained into people that would just, you know, be negative. Now, so, and also the principle of alchemy, which is to turn base metals into gold.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there was a certain lack of nobility in people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't say this exclusively, no, but you'd see where, you know, it's like, you know, well, this is good, but we got to execute you anyway, or we got to do this. So now, what really got to him, he gave one example. He gave one example, but he said there were many more, and this is why he could not consciously continue. He said he would go places and give lectures
Mm-hmm.
on behalf of Hubbard's technology and stuff. And I was shocked to hear this, because I would have thought I would have heard of him doing this. I never heard of him doing it.
Wow.
I couldn't believe it, because I had extensive knowledge of what went on in Scientology
Mm-hmm.
internationally, in all networks. I was extremely well informed, far more well informed than most people, in many different regions, because of the nature of my work and history with the organization, and also my relationship with working in Hubbard's office. But so I was very shocked to hear that he'd given any lectures of any kind whatsoever. He said he did, and I believe him. And he said that he had brought this woman, I guess, to work at, you know, the unit out in the desert, and she was just very gung-ho. She was a very nice young woman, very, very good-hearted, well-intended, and she had these 2 kids, and she joined. And he said the next thing he knew, she was in the rehabilitation project force. She was in a degraded state, and the kids were not being cared for, and he was horrified by the
Wow.
way she was being treated.
Jeez.
Now, he wasn't treating her this way. He was horrified. And he began to see that Hubbard's mind was, he wasn't, now he didn't say this, but it's obvious he wasn't taking care of, his mind was not about taking care of people.
Right.
You know, he was becoming a bureaucrat in his own right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I see it, he didn't say it to me this conversation, but he said to me, I saw him writings in the past where he said Hubbard had good days and bad days.
Right.
And I guess he lost his mind, and he saw that the ideals of the organization were not being lived up to. He also was critical, saying
He says, I never saw anybody getting the results that were stated.
Okay.
Now, I might debate him on this point, but I don't know. I told him what I got out of things. What I will also talk to him about, and you know, we all had different experiences. We're all trained differently. He was very technically savvy, or he wouldn't have been doing what he was doing with Hubbard. But I was particularly trained on two separate occasions, two different situations, where I was trained that anything that went wrong could be corrected, and you corrected it, and furthermore, nobody could inform me how to correct things. I could not be told how to correct things. In other words, don't tell me, don't give me some rule, don't give me some Scientology policy. I will correct things so they work. Do they work? And this was my job. So in other words, I wasn't beheld to rules. However, that doesn't mean you throw out the baby with the bathwater either. But that was my orientation.
Right.
So I could, and it was like, it gave me a certain freedom of attitude and freedom of thinking. And what in my mind, from a distance, I criticized people who were in similar positions to him. I never realized to what degree he was in this, but where they didn't gain power from Hubbard, they didn't access power from Hubbard. The only one who did was David Miscavige, successfully, but he did it with ruthless and evil intent.
Yes.
And selfish intent. See, that's the problem. This friend of mine would not have done that. And I don't even know that he was quite in a position to do that. This is something that maybe, will wash out in the long run. Or just have a discussion about it. We'll probably visit in person at some point. And just kind of like, now he's going to learn all about, he says, how did you get involved with all this stuff? He knows me from, he was, first thing he said to me when he wrote to me, he says, I just never forgot. He said, it must have been very challenging for you when your parents died. He remembered, the story of my parents. My parents were dead when he met me, maybe 6 months. But he remembered that. And of course, all the progress I made, and of course we're both now senior citizens.
Yes.
He's not. I can always think of him as the young kid who was about 6 or 7 years. He was a teenager, and I was like in my 20s.
Wow.
And but he fit in. He was a really grown-up teenager in his attitude. Really, really nice person, and people liked him. So this was it's a very interesting relationship, because this is a time when I'm getting a big boost in my career astrologically. Huge boost. And of course, I'm anticipating this in Romania.
Yeah.
If not from the David Anderson angle, from the Radu angle, or just the pure Romanian angle.
Right.
And then this comes along. This is like, kind of like, wow, existentially huge. And now it's not that, you know, I mean, I knew Hubbard had suffered dementia.
Right.
I knew that. I didn't know it when I was in the organization.
Oh.
I learned it later. But that didn't surprise me. You know, people get old.
Right.
You know, and people are quick to hold him to a higher standard because he not only exuded such incredible charisma, you know, he created this mega organization.
Right.
And it's I'm so thankful that I experienced what I did there.
Yeah.
Now you can say, I feel very bad for people who were vulnerable. Like I even remember my first wife. I could see how vulnerable she was,
Mm-hmm.
and she was like, she wasn't getting the same joyride I was.
Right.
And when we left the Sea Org, she suffered PTSD for, now that I look back at it, for at least a year.
Yeah.
She could not coherently work. I mean, she could work, but she, you know, took, you know, a rather menial job, you know.
Wow.
And she didn't feel good about it, but
Of course not.
you know, it was like something like $8 or $9 an hour because it was there, and she hated the people.
Oh.
She hated it. She just did the job, and she just helped us make some money.
Right.
But no, she was just, you know, had lost her place in the world.
Yeah. Hasn't she gone back to Scientology and stayed there ever since?
Well, she's not in Scientology. I mean, she doesn't live in Scientology. No,
Okay.
she has a relationship with them. She would be technically a parishioner.
Okay.
Technically, if she still is, and I think she's kind of distancing herself, but I really don't know.
Right.
And that's the only reason she doesn't talk to me, because she shouldn't. She
I
would
see.
talk to me otherwise. The only time we have really talked is about issues about my daughter, you know, which she demonstrated that she had an extreme amount of respect for me in terms of being able to help my daughter in ways she was not capable of psychologically, but I convinced her. But that all worked out. That's all working out very good. Yeah, so people, you know, life comes in many strange streams of consciousness, like and I think one of the most challenging things is it's nice to have friends, but you're all alone.
Yeah.
There are times when you're all alone.
Yes.
And these are the moments that make you, or I suppose you could say break you. I think of this poor guy, Armani, played football with us, big guy, tall, good player. I remember him having this huge collision where he, you know, really hurt his head. I think he had a concussion. We had to stop playing. Or we had to take him out. He couldn't play. He recovered from that. He came back. And then really prime athlete. And then, you know, and then he got in a car crash. So, you know, from him, he's getting better, but it's miserable. You know, he's sitting there in a bed, you know, he's recuperating.
Yeah.
And he's like, he's
I don't know if he'll ever play football again, but he's certainly not going to play with them anytime soon.
Yeah.
And it's just like, man, it's just like, okay, this is something you have to face alone. He has to face alone.
Right.
You know, we just go on. And of course, everybody has a great deal of sympathy for him, but, you know, what can you do but, you know, give him a friendly pat on the back now and then.
Right.
So, but whatever incident you're in, spiritually, psychologically, relationship-wise, you know, you're all alone. And this is when you get tested, and it, you know, makes you or breaks you, I suppose. And of course, and you see it with the people who have exited Scientology. They have, I mean, a huge number, if not a majority, are still in recovery.
Yeah.
Their recovery goes on 10, 20, 30 years. They'll be recovering all their lives.
Yes.
Some of them aren't recovering. Some of them say, okay, you know, they'll recontextualize it. They'll look at it again and they'll muse over it. But that's no different from, you know, an old ball player who's still watching their old team, you know, and though they're retired, doing something else. They watch their old team, you know. I mean, it's, you know, and they muse over their experience. But some people are still, you know, trying to resolve this. And I think what's going to be interesting when I open this dialogue is, he says, well, how did you get into all this stuff? And I kind of gave him a brief overview, but what it is where it all breaks open is when I see that Hubbard studied the occult on a much deeper level than I had realized, and what I picked up from the iterations of his son, L. Ron Hubbard Jr., who I knew well of, that Hubbard was zealous beyond belief about the occult. He wasn't just an idle student or a casual student. He was zealously interested.
Yes.
And having had so much experience with him and having so much regard and respect, and he also was very influential, I said, I want to know what this if he knew all about this stuff, I want to know what it is.
Yes.
And that began my impetus to study Aleister Crowley, particularly the Book of the Law, which is so much, comes off like so much gobbledygook
Yeah.
to an uninitiated person. And I transmuted so much energy with that book when I look back at it. And because I actually, not right away, but I actually copied the pages of the writing and pasted it on the wall. And when this one OTO person heard that I did that, she says, I can't believe you did that. She says, no, these people would never do this, meaning her fellow OTO members. They'd never do this. You're actually doing something.
Right.
Doing something with it. And it gated in a lot of awareness. It was like, wow. And I'm just doing what he said in the book to see if I can get a result. And eventually, over time, I did get a really incredible interpretation through John Paroli, who was known as Buddha, very controversial character in the OTO who was kicked out of it. And I learned so much about the behavior of the OTO without ever having been in it.
And I had a certain, I guess what you'd say, colleague relationship with him for a while.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I was treated with regard or respect, allowed to attend one of their rituals at Montauk,
Mm-hmm.
which, isn't something idly granted. And they were respectful of the fact that I contacted Marjorie Cameron,
Mm-hmm.
and that, gave me a certain amount of, I guess what you call colleague worthiness. She was not a member of the OTO. And of course that was a fascinating circle back with Hubbard. There's something so much more to Hubbard. And of course, what you say about him is I take it, I have to filter anything Aquino might have told you, but when it makes sense of what you say, that he was actually working for Crowley.
Right.
His relationship with Crowley was far more than anybody might believe. And of course, he does refer to him on a tape as my good friend, Aleister Crowley. Now, when I first heard that, and I think many people think this, that he's just, bragging. It's like Steven Seagal saying, he knew Bruce Lee, which he didn't.
Right.
Now, he doesn't say that he knew him. He's just my very good friend. He's just kind of like, one of my friends who listens to you referred to Max Spears as his buddy. He didn't know Max Spears, but he learned
Mm-hmm.
a lot from Max Spears. So I had to tell him all about our Max Spears adventures. But the thing is, he's just making a metaphor. He's not really saying, I knew Max Spears. He wasn't asserting he knew Max Spears.
Right.
But he's saying, my good friend Aleister Crowley. Well, it makes so much sense. The more I fathom him, and that there was an aspect to Hubbard, and I don't like to say, I wouldn't say evil, I'd say just occult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Purely occult. And it has to do with the genetics of Wilson. Now, I'm sitting there at football today,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm on the sidelines, and we have this Asian guy. His last name's Wilson. We got another guy to the right of me. His name's not Wilson, but they call him Wilson. Everybody calls him Wilson. He was named after that character in that TV show. I think it's called Home Improvement, I think. I think there's a character who sits over the fence called Wilson, which was actually named after, I read where the screenwriter says, yeah, I picked that, off the Montauk stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah. My influence was very extensive in the 90s.
Yeah.
With TV shows like VR5, which the main character was Duncan. They copied.
Incredible.
Yeah, it was that book went right through Hollywood.
Oh.
And as they say, out came the X-Files.
Right. I'm sorry, say that again, because of the jet plane behind you.
It was a big deal.
Yeah.
That was a big deal.
Definitely. So you had the effect on American pop culture that I did on Japanese culture. Interesting. Go on.
Yeah, and getting to have the effect with your stuff is like pulling teeth, but it'll happen.
It will.
And
well, this book will be a breakthrough. We know that. Go on.
But it's going to be a very limited audience, at least in the beginning, and even then. But which is purposely so.
Understood.
But the but Hubbard. So I'm sitting between these two guys named Wilson. I said, "Look, I got Wilson on the right and Wilson on the left."
How does it feel? I said, well, it's normal for me.
Mm.
And they didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Although I did give the one Wilson, I did give him my Montauk books so he could understand my Wilsonology.
Yes.
I've known him for quite a long time. But so anyway, what my intuition, my research all tells me is that, Hubbard's genetics, Wilson genetics, Cameron genetics are traced back, and this is through a Celtic shaman I met who says that her genetics, the name Cameron comes from, you don't have the C is silent, it's Amran, which goes back to basically to the family in the Quran. Aman, Mary, the genetics of Mary, the Virgin Mary, who's mentioned as the family, I think, of Amran. And so when you put the C or CH is silent, like in Hanukkah, Cameron is Amran, and Amran is just a difference of alliteration of Aman. And of course, Mary was of the tribe of Benjamin, which is actually Ben Aman, which means son of Aman or son of Amun Ra. And we can tie Amun Ra, if we want, into what's the, King Tut's father. What's his name?
Oh, I forget.
You know who I'm talking about.
Of course, yeah. That wasn't Akhenaten. It couldn't have been that.
Yeah, Akhenaten, and then the monotheism. That's when monotheism starts in Egypt.
Right. Okay.
With Akhenaten, and the basic thing I'm saying is the genetics of Hubbard are like a maverick gene. And you'll see this in certain and basically Marjorie Cameron, and they look like, brother and sister if you look at them. Red hair, fair skin, green eyes, and they're both, Hubbard's father was from Iowa, she was from Iowa, and they look related. But the thing is, Cameron said that she had I think it was a niece and a nephew that were twins, and they were, what's it called? I forget the relationship of them, but I think they were very gender mixed.
Okay. Gender fluid. Go on.
I think they were twins, and I think the boy was like feminine, and the male was masculine, or the
girl was masculine,
and female was masculine, or something like that. It was like, and they were interested in, they were reading the book or something. But this was par for the course of what you would call maverick genetics, and in her lineage, and his lineage. Now, most of the time, these genetic maverick manifestations misfire. They misfire, and the beings become arguably gender dysphoric, or I guess what you call not fit into society. In fact, Hubbard has a great grandson. He calls himself Jamie DeWolf. He's the son of L. Ron Hubbard Jr. He's very negative about L. Ron Hubbard, and he says in one video, somebody's my family is, and he's described a lot of his strange family. My family's so strange. If anybody out there knows anything about my genetics, I'd like to know. Please tell me.
Wow.
His
I mean, I'm not going to communicate to him. If he reads the book someday, that's fine. But he's whatever. So, but anyway, this is my take on L. Ron Hubbard. He was a genetic anomaly, and that he had a lot more pizzazz and coherency than most of the people that would come from that maverick gene. That maverick gene, which would be a messianic gene. Now, when I say messianic is the deliverer. And I've heard all sorts of theories with DNA and other assorted things of, well, this is what mankind needs to ascend, to do this, to do that, to do this. Well, in the final analysis, it's like, the teenage blood works better.
Yes.
Because it gets a result, and it gets a relative immediate result. The messianic principle, it's just not, it doesn't work.
Oh.
And the human beings, you can make a good argument, are either not worthy.
Yes.
Or if you want to be kinder, you say not ready.
Yes.
So either way, if you want to be nice or critical, it's not ready. So it's like you're not going to go aboard a ocean line, cruise liner, or even a military boat and say, okay, Messiah's here. On the football field, this is the second time she's appeared, this Asian lady.
Uh-huh.
She comes and she's handing out literature, Jesus literature, and her English is, there, but it's not the clearest English. And she says, time come.
Oh, Jesus.
Chop off head, chop off head, chop off head.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, well, that's what she's saying. Time come, chop off head. Well, she said she visited us about 2 months ago or 3 months ago. Nobody lost their head since, but she didn't say chop off head then.
Yeah.
I just said, yeah, I know, I agree with you. I just pat her on the back, so to speak.
Yeah.
I don't, So, but so the delivery implement for the Messiah is, it's like, what are you going to do? Get instant enlightenment? Get your DNA juiced or changed? Like, let me do a creative exercise here. Like if it was, we're going to do a drama class or creative writing class, and let's say, what happens if Jesus appears right before you and says, I am here? Now, this is for Christians, of course. People can relate to the Christian paradigm. Says, I am here. I am the way. I am Alpha. I am Omega. I am the beginning, and I am the end. And you are here, and this is, your opportunity to enter the realm of heaven and eternal life. And you're sitting there. And now this is just a creative exercise. You can be more creative than I am. I say, okay, I'm living a life. I have responsibilities. I have a bank account. I have a family. I have bills to pay. I'm working on Douglas Dietrich's book. I see, if I walk away from these things and enter the heavenly realm, good. I'm walking away today. I'm leaving this life behind. I'm giving away my TV set, just like the Jehovah's Witnesses, I'm like, if I'm not going to the mountain, I'm entering right now. You're exiting this world. It's not unlike the Heaven's Gate code.
Yes.
You're saying, okay, I'm exiting this world.
Yeah.
that's basically what you're doing.
Yes.
And if Jesus appears, and of course, anybody living in this physical plane is going to be very suspicious of that, because it's coming from the spiritual realm. And even if it's authentic, it's taken you out of this world.
Yes.
And what are the karmic factors in leaving this world? Well, that becomes your choice. I can't even say that it's bad. But what Dennis Marshall, let's say something else about Dennis Marshall. I don't know if he's listening. But what he once said to me was one of the most interesting things he ever said to me. He said, the real game is to be able to, and these my paraphrase, he didn't say these exact words, is to be able to leave this universe completely and come back to it at will. Like, wow, that's really something.
Mm-hmm.
You go, you exit, and then you come back to where you are. Okay, I was XYZ. Now I'm back here. And to have a full conscious knowledge of that. That's, of course, since then I thought, well, why would I want to come back? Why would I want to come back? But what I want to say about Dennis Marshall, I was thinking, like, if you end up moving to this locale we talked about today,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're not far from the gold country that I love to explore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not far from where he grew up.
Interesting. Yes.
And I said, it'd be fun if the three of us went there. However,
Mm-hmm.
like, you might not be comfortable there, because it's just because your hair's long. You might not be appreciated by rednecks. I thought of that,
Yes. I hear you. Or I might be appreciated too much, but go on.
Yeah, maybe that's not a good idea to take. Not be in any great danger, though, either, because but I will say this: when we went to West Point together,
Mm-hmm.
and we had our red Clamper T-shirts on, Transylvania chapter,
Mm-hmm.
he says, you better put on your sweater and cover this up, because he was very nervous that the rednecks of West Point, where Carl Germer died,
Yeah.
was he thought, you don't want to be poking the bear here.
Yeah.
But in any case, to get back to Hubbard, I when I say a messianic gene, he was obsessed with delivering a solution to mankind.
Mm-hmm.
He saw himself as a Messiah, not necessarily in the Christian sense, but in a deliverer of truth.
Yes.
That's one definition. And he saw himself, he lived up to that. Buddha was clearly a messianic character. He's usually not described as a Messiah.
Right.
But that's usually reserved for Christians or Jews, but it applies to just a deliverer of truth.
Absolutely.
And so, but in other words, how good of a Messiah, and the problem with all Messiahs
Mm-hmm.
is, they're like deliverers.
Mm-hmm.
If you think of them as milkmen, they're delivering milk, and you can say, well, is the milk any good? Is it rotten? Is it good? And then the person has to drink it.
Yeah.
Now, of course, milkman's very simple analogy,
Mm-hmm.
but with a Messiah, it requires a recipient getting a message, and
awakening up, the message inside of him, which is, if we interpret it Kabbalistically, it's Tapareth. It's means splendor or beauty, and it's the inner core splendid part of you that resonates beautiful. It's the, now of course it's the most beautiful thing inside of a person, and you'll see elements of this in stories. You see it in the movie Camelot with Lancelot, but Lancelot, compromises himself by falling in love with Guinevere. So he really strikes out. He's got the wisdom and the Christ-like energy, and then he lets lust lead him into deceitful behavior, and puts him at odds with the man he's loves and is sworn to protect. So, I guess what I can say is messianic energy is nuanced. It's nuanced. And it's like, and he's an example of somebody who's so polarized into the light that the darkness had to get him. And the darkness had to, overcome him. And that story, there's so many variations of the Arthur story, but in the movie, King Arthur's like just this wise old Saturnian character who kind of knows the score, and he doesn't condemn anybody, and he just says, remember what was Camelot. remember the beauty that it was. Tell the legend, tell the story. And I have found in my own experience, just because of what I've experienced, connecting with that inner beauty of the internal soul in oneself, which I've had the experience to do that, it's like sometimes I'll remember.
Yes.
My own internal Camelot, which is only defined by myself, and think, all I got to do is remember this space and go back to it. And it's like, wow, and the trick is if you can, and that's just staying in space, so that you're holding your position. Now there's a definition of Hubbard. He'd say power is the ability to hold your position in space.
Wow.
So if somebody comes up to you and says, you shouldn't do vaccines, or you should do vaccines, and it shakes your world. You shouldn't like Trump and you like Trump, or vice versa. It shakes your world, and you actually get shaken. Power is the ability to hold your own position, like a good lawyer would do.
Yeah.
And the lawyer would argue his point. And a good lawyer who can hold his point that's powerful. You don't shift your position, you don't flip-flop, you don't go away, and that's holding your position. Now, it's very clear if the report by my friend is accurate, that Hubbard had literally lost his, what he would call anchor points, his reference points. He was being a image of himself, kind of Biden-esque.
Yeah, a shadow of himself.
Yeah, and
and of course, perhaps even worse than Biden. But then again, Biden has people who are helping him run the show.
Right.
And then that's the problem is people. I mean, this happened with Tiberius, the Roman emperor. He was, he became not only senile, he was very distrusting.
Paranoid,
extremely so. And so, this is something what happens with people when they get older. And so anyway, but what I was saying is, the messianic, and of course we have the same issue with Radu Sinamar, who is alluding to a deliverance from Shambhala through the inner earth, and these incredible tales that he tells, that with the seventh book, the etheric crystal, they're talking about an elixir, and there's a big debate about this elixir that could jumpstart mankind. One voice is for it, one voice is against it. They're trying to find a happy medium. And the same problem comes down to is like, people have to earn this. And what I would say is, there are so many negative things going on in the world right now. There are also a lot of positive things going on, and they don't get the attention. Breakthroughs in genetics, because and people are always concerned, and sometimes overemphasized, not that it should be underemphasized, the manipulation so many people are willing to take place with some of these breakthroughs to misuse them. And then of course these Silicon Valley billionaires
yes,
are much more entrepreneurial than say John D. Rockefeller and his ilk were, Andrew Carnegie, because there's much more at their fingertips to do stuff with. And I was talking to my friend Stephanie South about what one of my friends had told me about the Zuckerbergs of the world, these big building this huge underground complex in New Zealand. And she said, yeah, I know about that. I knew about that in 2006.
right.
When she was there with Jose Arguelles. And she says, yeah, the Maori knew about us.
Yes.
Knew about it. Now, they had a relationship with the Maori. And as that relationship deepened, they went out of the country, and because of that relationship, they were not allowed back in. They
Oh,
were
wow.
declared. Yeah, because the government didn't want them interacting with the Maori.
What bastards.
That's what it was. So, but she knew about it, and that's all. That goes back almost 20 years. They're building these huge underground things because they're really apocalyptic.
Yes,
They are preparing for the apocalypse,
absolutely.
and I think that should give you a degree of confidence that it won't happen. Elizabeth Clare Prophet, she built these bunkers up in Montana.
Yeah. Church Universal and Triumphant, the CUT, the cut. Go on.
And I don't know if she's still alive, but I heard.
No. She got serious Alzheimer's and died.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, she died.
She had completely lost it.
Yeah.
And my girlfriend Marianne used to make fun of her. She could do the voice because she went. She lived up in Boston, and she saw her, and she go to places and just ask inappropriate questions to just stir them up.
Yeah. Okay.
She was like that.
Mm-hmm.
When she'd do it with me, I would call her contentious.
Yeah.
And but it's funny, you know, when you but of course, you know, building a bunker, and of course I grew up in the 50s and 60s where they were building, you know, underground bunkers for atomic warfare. Like you're going to go down there and hunker down and
Yeah.
eat your spare spam.
Yeah. Yeah. Canned tuna, spare spam. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's like what a what I suppose they should have one of the tape recordings of that strong song by Louis Armstrong. What a wonderful world! It's a wonderful world.
Yes.
While you're sitting there in the bunker,
Yeah.
I see children eating spam. You know. What they're really saying, I'm gonna irradiate you. So yeah, it's I don't think that you know, the end of the world is imminent, but especially if all these people are investing all of this, you know, stuff in what they're doing, it might be very interesting to see what they're doing down.
Well, it's the same thing they've always been doing. It was like Mount Weather, which the government built for the nuclear war, all that sort of thing. It's the elite trying to sequester themselves. There might be strange things going on there. They've got the space. They may well be using it. Yeah, it's definitely something where we do have to remember in their case that they are their vision of the apocalypse is not nuclear per se. Rather it's chaos and anarchy. They're concerned about supermassive social dislocation and a new dark age. Yet they feel that at some point climate change will be so catastrophic that it will necessitate living underground in the bunkers. That's really what's driving them. And they intend to be the agents of the destruction of the present world order in other ways as well. This is yeah, we can go into more of this on Wednesday, but yeah, it's your points are well taken, and I appreciate your bringing them up, and certainly the story you shared.
I'm going to challenge their intelligence quotient too.
Oh, of course,
because you see, I was talking about John Dee, and you know, you get all this scientific information, and then if you're really intelligent, truly intelligent, you're going to understand emotions, you're going to understand the heart, you're going to understand life, and you're not going to be antithetical to life. And of course, this all depends on what's inside of them. So their intelligence is, like, say, you know, and you could even do this with signs of the zodiac. And, you know, people are going to respond differently to, you know, you give somebody a handful of gold or $1 million, and, you know, everybody's going to react differently. And so, like a Cancer might say, oh, I want to take care of my family. I want to do it. Capricorn might want to invest it in business or for high interest of return. Virgo's going to be all analytical, and a Libra, like yourself, might want to balance it and say, oh, I want to, you know, give balance to scales. Maybe so-and-so needs this. Maybe my sister needs something, or maybe I just need to pay off my debts. Whatever it is. It's like everybody's going to, and Scorpio's going to, well, I'm going to possess it. I'm going to bury it. You know, I'm going to own it.
Yes.
You know, it's everybody's going to be different in how they deal with something.
So, that's in addition to, good or evil. Aquarius is going to be humanitarian. I remember Paula's stepmother once saying, somebody came and wanted her to run for president of Romania.
Jesus.
And they offered her $1 million or €1 million.
Oh.
And she said, if they gave her €1 million, she would give it to charity. And I don't remember if I told her. I think I did. I said, well, you give $1 million to charity, it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, it's true.
You might as well go out and, have a big buffet.
Yes. Yes.
With no thumb cuffs, and put it, on the streets of the poor streets of Bucharest or something, and feed everybody. It's just, it's not. And in this, this was a willingness that is, to me, it's not a well thought out program to do with $1 million or euros or whatever. I think that, so yeah, and all of this ends up as they say, you have all of the aspects of the tree of life are inside of you. So that messianic heartbeat is inside of you already. And of course, that's what people resonate with when they, are born again or whatever. It's priming that pump inside of them and creating, whether it be Buddhistic enlightenment or identification with the Christ or whatever it is. It's it's all of inside of us. And in this world today, we're so much more perceptual. We have so much more at our fingertips. We have so much more available that I guess the opportunity is something that, one can talk about and contemplate, perhaps in a more coherent or available way than certainly when I was growing up. And then people are often interested in very trivial information. I think one of the biggest challenges of people are interested in trivial things, or they're interested in just raw survival, how to survive.
Yes.
We're stuck between the two.
Yes.
And, so be it. So be it. So I think we've delivered for tonight.
Yes.
I will be with us one more time before I go to Romania. That's this coming Wednesday. I'll be with Douglas Dietrich again. We want to raise more funds for him if we could.
Yes.
Don't know yet what I'm going to talk about Wednesday. I'll probably talk to my friend tomorrow, and I don't know if I'll have any more realizations to share. I know we'll go deep into, because we both have a very, I guess what you call similar spiritual awareness from 40 years ago. It's weird. It's like connecting with a long lost brother. We were that close.
Yeah.
It's really weird too, because I didn't have that. I don't know. It's just a very, very unique relationship.
Yes.
I look forward to talking to him, and Romania's on my. I mean, I got out my suitcase. I'll be packing tomorrow.
Great.
Making sure I have everything. So
yeah.
That's it. Please donate to Douglas at douglasdietrich.com.
Thank you.
Upper right-hand corner. Thank you so much
for those who have. And if anybody has any questions, you can write to me, petermoon333@yahoo.com, petermoon333@yahoo.com, and I'll answer your questions on the next show to the best of my ability. And please donate. You don't have to donate to ask questions, but it would be appreciated. And you're donating to Douglas, not to me.
Thank you.
So, Douglas, you feel like you can go on for a little bit here?
Not really. Basically, we'll maybe talk for just a few moments with Aristides on there, and then go to sleep and just, recover myself is what I'll do. And then I should be normal by tomorrow. These syncopal attacks, they happen, before the actual movement itself relieves me of the burden that caused them. But at least this way, it's over, but I need to recover. And the best way to do that is by sleeping. I could, of course, push myself, but why do that? It's like I feel that, as you said, we've delivered. We got some contributions. Certainly more will come as people listen to the upload. And, and then we'll talk about those that came between now and Wednesday when you and I are together again.
I'll say to you.
I'm sorry?
One other thing I want to say to you.
Of course.
You're being late with the rent.
Yeah.
It's not a crime.
Oh, I understand. Yeah.
No, I know
We're going.
that, and you know what? She's damn lucky that you're so conscientious.
Oh, of course. Thank you. No, I appreciate what you're saying. Believe me, beyond a doubt. And
I mean, there's a time when you.
Yeah.
I know you'll deal with her the way it's best, but there's a time when you can put people
in their place. Yeah.
In their place, yeah.
Yeah, it's so true. No, I hear you. I hear you. It's definitely, and I appreciate you saying that. Believe me.
I had a guy once. I had it when I worked at this company, and the rent was behind or something.
Yeah.
And I think we couldn't pay it. The company I was working for, and I was like the check signer.
Oh.
And he, was coming, and he was part owner of the company. He was way out of bounds here. Mm-hmm. And he came in and started like pounding on the desk. I don't know if he was pounding at me. I think he was. He was pounding at the desk, and I just told him, "Get the fuck out of here."
Good for you. Good for you.
Scared the hell out of him. Yeah. He didn't know how to react to it. He was like, rah, 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 rah.
What a piece of shit.
It's just like I put him in his place, and it's like, he didn't know what to say.
Good for you. Congratulations. As well, you should have. And thank God you have this capacity. People don't realize it. Yeah.
But it was just like, they did get paid.
Mm-hmm.
They did get paid, but it was like, just intimidate. He was trying to intimidate, and he was, if he was Hulk Hogan, he would have had a better.
Yeah.
he would have had a better shot.
Yes. Yeah.
But even with Hulk Hogan, you can, I have this friend in Romania, and she says, I have never had any problem with men.
Interesting.
She says, well, I think she said, she viewed herself as not the most beautiful woman.
Mm-hmm.
She was, certainly not unattractive as far as I was concerned, but she says, but I learned very early, I said, my brother was, I think, bothering her, and she says, I just, basically hit him in the nuts.
Cool.
Yeah. She just hit him in the nuts, and she says, I'm not afraid of men. She's not afraid of men.
Yes.
And she just didn't have issues with them.
Right.
Because, it's like, I heard that grizzly bears, I read this one time,
mm-hmm.
grizzly bears were not afraid of Native American Indians
Right.
because Native Indians couldn't kill them with their bow and arrows.
That's
Their
right.
spear.
Yeah.
And that when white man came over, shot a grizzly bear, perhaps any bear with a musket or gun,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
every grizzly across the North American continent knew it.
Yes, it's true.
And they were afraid of white men.
Yes. Morphogenic resonance. Go on.
Exactly. Exactly. So, as I say, a woman who's not afraid of a man, if she knows how to deal with a man, it's men are going to know to not mess with her.
Yes.
And it's just like the vulnerable, it doesn't have to be a woman, just a vulnerable man or woman, vulnerable human being who's a magnet for abuse. It's just like the predator can sniff them out.
Yes.
And then they just resonate. And I've had that happen in it just has to do with your body language.
Yes.
And just like in Romania, I'm sitting in a bench, and I think they're cops. I don't know what they are. They start like standing behind me. And I get up and I turn around and I look at them and I, kind of put my distance, and they really noticed it.
Okay.
Like I wasn't letting them sneak up behind me.
Right. Right.
And then I addressed them and told them who I knew. And I don't know that they spoke English, and they, I said the magic word, Sorin Rapanovich. And, he's my sponsor, and everybody knows who he is. They left me alone. But they looked like they were potentially menacing, even though they were like, officials.
Yeah.
Like they, you don't know. But
Yeah.
why are they creeping behind me?
Right.
Why are they doing that? It just wasn't, it was weird.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is, you can make yourself vulnerable.
Understood, and it's best not to, and certainly stand your ground, even if it is Hulk Hogan. Yes, of course, and of course, one thing before you retreat into the gentle night, you mentioned my biting the Blood Boys, and there's the vampires. We actually use blades. The teeth are just not they're not a efficient way to get blood out. It's like it really isn't. So it's just small cuts, comparatively small cuts in the shoulder area, between the neck and the shoulder blade. It's safer that way. You're not going for the neck because somebody's very likely to bleed out. Of course, with true vampires who are feeding and emptying a person, they would still cut on the shoulder, just so people understand. Because if you're cutting certain arteries in the neck and other areas where the blood pumping force is so powerful, you're just going to lose a lot of blood. You want the blood to seep out slowly enough so that you can basically imbibe it, get it into your mouth. If you do something like cut somebody in the jugular, it's really coming out too fast. So just understand that especially for vampires like my mother or myself. Of course, the higher up the food chain, full vampire is much more efficient at drinking faster, and could conceivably cut somebody in the neck, but they don't really prefer to do that either. We do explain that physiology in the book, and the fact that that's probably the most advanced true vampires have ever really gotten with technology is back in the real primal phase of human development. They were using flint blades, just flint or obsidian or whatever was natural. It's just so people know. And so with that,
Thank you for that
yeah,
clarification.
yeah, no worries. So, love you dearly, Peter, beyond expression. Thank you so much for your gift of your presence and, of course, helping to inspire people to contribute. And, well, blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. And I'll be joining you in slumber. Again, we'll essentially be slumbering together, that is, at the same time as we did after I spoke to you privately earlier in the day, or yesterday by now for you. And so, be seeing you in my dreams, okay? All right.
Okay, thank you, and good night to everybody.
Yes, blessed be.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Aristides.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. I almost hung up again by accident. So, dear Aristides, what, yeah, I'll definitely do
2
is...
o'clock in the morning, he hung on like 2 extra hours. Like,
Incredible.
if this isn't worth your guys' donations, I don't know what is.
Yes, thank you! Thank you! Yes, please!
This is the Peter Moon telethon. And
Yes.
like you just saw this guy like pulled out like, you know, he stored all that like mana from like the qigong
Yes.
like up in his balls, and he just like pulled it out for 2 hours.
Yes! Incredible. Fucking incredible. And of course, not because I was bored, but just because I'm enervated. I had to fight from going to sleep several times. That was actually earlier in the show, in particular, before he got me to speak of the subject that, you know, I could tune into. And that, of course, enabled me to pull what I did out of my own testicles, which, believe it or not, I do have them. And I can retract them, of course, because I was trained to do that. That, of course, in case people did not know, is actually part of ninja training, which my mother taught me when I was very young. You have to learn that when you're very young and still physically able to do that. You can't do that past a certain age of development. But by that I mean, if you try to learn past a certain age of development, you will not be able to. But when you learn it when you're young, then you can do it the rest of your life. But all such being said, so I love you dearly, Aristides. My love to everybody who's helped us tonight, in particular all of these wonderful women, including that lady who I should not have named, but you'll be fine, dear lady. You're an angel. You are blessed. And all the gentlemen who have supported myself. To Holly Kaditis Kiefer, I love you beyond expression, honey. I'll be calling you hopefully before Wednesday. And I'll try and have a nice private talk with Aristides as well, and certainly with all of you. Contribute what you can. I'll try and ask most people to give $100 each if they can. Certainly that's what Holly did, and that other angel lady. And certainly all the contributions help from everybody. No matter what you contribute, it's helpful. And so what we'll do tonight is I won't be calling anybody. I'll be going to sleep, recovering myself, and then we'll hope, by Wednesday we should be fine. And hopefully there'll be no more weird things happening to kind of throw me off, and I'll go into some kind of show. Like I said, intellectually, I've been very invested in writing my version of Hitler's second book. I realize it's not a Mein Kampf. It's more like his second book, which was just basically all the geopolitics they took out of Mein Kampf. And I'm invested in writing this geopolitical kind of book. And it's most of the meat is in the appendices, the footnotes, the appendices, and the postscriptum. These are all extended essays compared to the meat of the book, which is but a fraction of the content. So just the nature of the beast. And so that being said, all right, let's take one last look at the chat room, and then I'll end the stream. Is there anything you want to say, dear Aristides? Of course, do your own little bit, as you've done. Just to find good morning to everyone will be great.
Not particularly. Of course, there's so many things that we could say, but perhaps it's better saved for next time, and we can discuss them better.
Sounds good.
I commend you for making it this long. I thought you were near dead at the beginning of the
I,
program.
I felt it.
And,
Oh, it was
yeah.
awful. Go on.
If this is any argument for Douglas's, superhuman capabilities, like he pulled out what 5 hours.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, when you could barely be upright, like to begin with. So.
Oh, it was awful. Yes, just people, you have no idea what when you suffer what's basically a syncopal episode. That's probably the best term for it is a syncopal episode. It's there's no describing just how awful it is. It's
right,
just
right.
so
a lot of these problems arise with eating solid food, like
yes.
quote unquote normal food, right?
Yeah.
You ever tried digestive enzymes? Do you think that would help? Are you interested in trying that?
I'll ask.
Yeah.
I'll ask about it. By that I mean some people, and I'll look a little bit into it. I do use the, of course, just so people know, what I do use is, what is that kind of like acidophilus? These are kind of like yeah.
It's a basic probiotic. Like you can do probably you can do better than that.
Understood.
But it's okay. But it's better than nothing for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And but I know what you're talking about. The enzymes are going, as you said.
Which is different. An enzyme is just a chemical that helps you react the other chemical. It is not alive like a probiotic.
Yes, and it's actually, like you said, a step up in terms of power. It's a power step up for the.
I mean, it's a different thing. It's just a different thing. But I was wondering,
It's a good idea. I mean,
I've got a good guy. That's one of his products. So like.
Interesting.
Like I recommend it. Like the same brand. Like I sent you like the beef liver.
Right. That's correct.
The same brand. Like so, it's got like digestive enzymes, basically like an all-purpose enzyme to help you digest most of all the major food groups. So if you'd be up to trying it, maybe. Like if you're like, because I see like you get in a situation where like I don't want to like kind of eat and like wine and dine and fucking whore around like this, but I'm gonna. So like,
we do well.
Like that's when you should have like toss back some of those enzymes like to help you like digest that food, and, like
No, yes, you're absolutely right. That's a great idea. As a matter of fact, we'll certainly consider it. So we'll consider it, and I'll be talking to Aristides more about this, and he's educating us all by bringing this up, so it's important. I'm glad he brought it up publicly, because it's an education for all of us, and a profoundly important one. So bless you, Aristides, and of course, Aristides is an incredible human being. He's very conscientious and professional, and takes wonderful care. How many chihuahuas do you have tonight that you walked? Was it two or four?
Just two. Just
two.
Only two.
Yeah. Yes.
As if only two of them is a small bird.
Yeah. No, it's incredible burden. Oh my God.
Only two neurotic little, attention grubbing dogs.
Yes. And
not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah, not
a nice walk, and the air's been nice these couple days, so like that's
Oh,
that's
thank God! You're so lucky. It is good. It is good, and so to Debbie Starborn, to Heather Holman, and to hugs to all the gentlemen who have been here tonight with us. T. Tank Berry, you incredible individual who's helped twice this month already, and to hugs, of course, to Eric Cradle, and of course Nemo Albano, an incredible human being. And we will all reconvene same time and place on Wednesday night, midweek. I'll be here before you know it. And okay, then I will retreat into the gentle night. We're going to end stream. And all right, let's do that. And forgive me for being, somewhat repetitive. I'm obviously, been through a lot.
That's all right. One final, like I said, I was going to spam the donation link. So one more time, I put it in there.
Bless
please. And Douglas, your money.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, and profoundly needed, and will be put to good use. Okay, we're going to end stream now. Pushing the other buttons. It's a 3-step process.